is not a game about heroes or good people. You are all literally playing monsters who feed off of human beings to survive.
We hypothetically could feed off of other vampires, but that just makes it even worse.
Can we?
Now,
Everyone is eatable, but that's frowned upon in most societies.
yeah, I each of your character sheets should now have on the second page the chronicle tenets. These are
Yeah, I
basically
saw that.
the overarching kind of rules that will guide when someone gains a stain. So, we sort of discussed what themes are kind of off limits for the game.
Oh, nice,
And
good.
no, that doesn't mean your characters can't engage in this stuff. It just means that doing so will automatically inflict a stain.
Um,
And I am more than willing to hear discussions either at the time or now about whether torture of the guilty applies.
No. No. No torture.
I have a
I
question.
feel like with the powers we have present, we can get answers without resorting to torture, especially because we know that torture doesn't actually work.
Yeah, but sometimes torture is about not having it work. It's about the fun.
Jeremy, you were saying you had a question?
Yeah, so I'm curious about the stains against Rain's humanity when Rain's already killed multiple people before. Like, how much humanity does he have left from the get-go? Because he
So,
he did he's
as a pre-gen, uh, everyone started at 7 humanity. You could argue that your character, like the way you're envisioning his background, means that he should have already lost a level of humanity and just started at 6.
okay.
But effectively, what you've done, like, you failed your test at the end of last session, and so you are now at humanity 6. So, and I was a little mistaken about how this system works when we did it last time. Basically, as you accumulate stains, you fill in your empty boxes. When your empty boxes are all full, that's when you've basically done enough bad things that you risk losing permanently another level of humanity. And so the more inhuman you are, the more bad things it takes to fill up the bar and potentially lose another one.
It's like
Oh,
leveling up in an RPG, except with bad things.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
It's like
And so since I
Undertale.
chose my feeding style, my predatory style, that's why I gained a dot of humanity because I'm a consensualist. Oh, that's
Yes.
cool. Oh, you already did all this stuff. Okay.
However, that means that for you, it only takes doing a couple of bad things to potentially cause you to lose a level of humanity.
No, I get that.
I misunderstood this completely. This is actually really fucking interesting now.
Gain the dark secret flaw? Well, where are my flaws at?
Yeah, so that's the thing we need to kind of look at. And we can either do this now, or we can sort of play out the rest of what was the original adventure, which I've now retconned a fair bit of.
Okay, good, because I'd like to change my voice.
Oh, I have to come up with a voice? Shit.
Or we can go ahead now and do advantages and flaws, because that's a part of the character creation mechanic that we never got into because you had pre-gens.
Ah, okay. Let's do it.
Yeah, I'm interested. I mean,
Explore the system so I can figure out what the hell we're playing.
Okay. So, as part of the character creation, each of you, the pre-gens were all from a different clan of the primary set. So no one had the opportunity to pick the same clan as someone else. That is something we can absolutely change. I have no issues with that whatsoever. Because of the story and the setting as I have it in my head, as Allie's world building has it, I am basically going to, by fiat, say that we are playing a Camria campaign or scenario or chronicle.
Okay, so explain what that means.
So there are two, I'll say, well, there are a lot of factions in the vampire world. Basically, the Camarilla is the organization of vampires that has kept them hidden from the world. They have certain rules about what you can and can't do as a vampire. To basically, we'll get to those. But they are kind of the governing body, if you will, of the vampire world, at least in the North America, Europe realm. Similar entities exist in other parts of the world. There is also something called the Anarch movement, which, from the name, you might suspect is more of a rebellion against that sort of governing body.
Those are my people.
Yeah. As
Those
a
are-
Bruja, you
Okay.
would normally... I'm not going to say you would normally. Bruja and Gangrel have been part of the Camarilla for centuries.
Yeah, and being a consensualist also, I guess, is like
Rebel teenager shit.
It's a little borderline too.
Yeah. So what you would have to do as a consensualist... Thank you. I'm telling them all about New Amsterdam.
Hi, Allie.
Okay.
Hi, Allie.
Everyone says hi.
Hello.
She's got a little vigorous. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you.
Enjoy New Amsterdam.
Thank you for being brilliant.
Drink the water.
Just said, excuse me, the guy who likes Stardew Valley just said thank you for being brilliant.
I love how you're not Nick. You're just the guy who loves Stardew Valley.
I'm fine with this. I'm fine with this.
Get down, dumbass.
Anyway,
Wow.
Get
I was
down,
just
Nick.
trying to be
With your
nice.
No, that was a compliment.
Oh.
Get down.
no, that was the dog. He was up on the couch and was whining about it. Anyway, so this city is split. It is primarily run by the Camarilla, but there are some districts that are controlled by the Anarchs. And we'll get into that more as we explore the story in the world. But effectively, you guys are all starting as initiates, if you will, of the Camarilla. That doesn't mean you have to be fans of them. Doesn't mean you have to follow their rules or anything else. It's just there are consequences of living in a city that is run by the Camarilla and not following the rules. So that's the general overarching view of that. There are other entities, and we'll definitely dig in more specifically on some of those as we go forward. But back to the flaw thing. By taking consensualist, you don't necessarily have to actually tell the victims that you're a vampire. You just have to get them to agree to donate blood. And you're going to then consume that blood directly from them. So how you play that will be interesting to see.
So essentially, like, people just think that you're into some freaky shit.
Absolutely, that's one of the options.
Like
Also,
Chad.
I believe that Terry has the dominate feature.
No, I have awe.
Oh, you have awe.
I've got the dominate
The
feature.
dominate feature.
So
Where do we find the dominate feature?
I'm sorry.
it's
I
a
have
discipline.
not dominate.
Under
And that's on the
disciplines.
front page.
Yep.
Yes,
Oh,
Yeah.
I got
Where
dominate
is that?
1.
Same.
but as a consensualist, you can. Well, you get to pick. We'll walk through this. So you pick consensualist. You get to pick a specialty in either medicine or persuasion. If you pick medicine, your specialty is phlebotomy. If you pick persuasion, your specialty is your victims.
So does that mean it only applies in that case?
It means you get a bonus in those specific cases.
So So do I just like always get the point? Do I get an extra point?
Yeah, I'm going to give everyone an extra dot in that field. So effectively, you're getting a 2 dot bonus instead of a 1 dot bonus.
Got it. Okay, in that case, I guess adding to persuasion is the right thing because then that just makes my awe ability even better.
Okay.
Because
So you
my
want
because my awe ability gives me a bonus too. So now I'm getting like hella bonuses. We're gonna roll like 7 dice on persuasion.
pretty much,
Damn.
Okay.
but your persuasion will not make them forget. So it gets again. You have to play this carefully. But go ahead and put your dot in there, and then if you click the little plus button next to it, you can add your specialty, which will be victims.
Oh, okay. Then follow-up question. Is part of the consensual is could I just have like one victim that I trust that knows I'm a vampire that just lets me do my thing?
I will
Wouldn't
say
that
that
change it to the a different stalking method or something? I remember what it's called. I can't remember.
Yeah, I think there's one where you have a specific partner that you are allowed to drink from.
no,
I mean, mine's as long as it's their
They're
free
willing.
will. Mine doesn't matter too much, I think.
yeah, no, you can absolutely have. I will say that you would not be able to drink often enough from a single person. So you're gonna have to have some group.
Okay, if we're gonna be doing stuff, okay, yeah.
Like you could absolutely have, 2, 3, 4 people that are sort of in the know and are cool with it.
Right.
But again, if they know you're a vampire, that represents a breach of the masquerade
If they find out.
if they find out.
Which brings me to my well, we'll go one at a time. Okay, so I did my persuasion, and then I gain a dot of auspics or fortitude,
Yes, those are both disciplines.
which I don't see on this. Oh, so I would add them to my discipline.
Yeah, you would add a new discipline, either auspics or fortitude.
What are they? I
So
don't know what either of those things do.
auspics is like supernatural senses, and fortitude is just supernatural toughness. And
Okay.
if you go to that section of the rule book, it's got descriptions of them and what the kind of entry level powers you get from having that are.
Yeah.
Which,
For example, I
which
have an
section
aspect.
is that? Which section is it? Sorry.
Disciplines 243 in the PDF.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead, Summer. Sorry.
It's okay. For example, I have an aspect that's heightened senses. Basically, can be turned on or off, and like everything's like greatly increased. So you get it adds a die to like your perception based rolls.
Oh wow. So you get a lot when you choose this. Oh, okay, and it
Yeah.
levels up and shit. Okay.
Yeah. And it's got some downsides if you have it active and there's like high stimulus. You can basically like fry your senses if there's too much going on.
So type mental masquerade threat low auspics never by itself manifest in a way visible to the naked eye. Interesting. Okay, then what does
All right, so you can look into that stuff.
Fortitude. Yeah. Okay. Well, and then where are the flaws? I didn't see those.
Again, if you got the rule book open, there's a section.
I just didn't see it in the table of contents.
You've got to go under advantages.
Okay. Advantages. Oh, okay. Advantages, merits, backgrounds. Okay, I see it. Okay, cool. Somebody else's turn to ask questions.
All right, let's go to
What
Rachel
is
next.
the masquerade threat on my discipline? Because I have obfuscate.
Obfuscate.
Obfuscate, yes.
She likes to skate.
I like the skate, yes. so I obviously obfuscate.
Your masquerade threat is low.
Oh, fuck you, man. I think I'm pretty good.
You just became a vampire.
Well, you know what?
No. Hang on.
That's no reason for you to be mean.
Masquerade threat is how likely using that power is to reveal your supernatural nature to humans.
No.
Low is a good thing.
Oh, okay, well, I guess. And what's blood renaissance? I don't think it does.
Blood resonance,
Mhm.
and we'll get to that as we get more into the feeding, like
So
as you develop.
This is like your class, kinda.
Yeah, basically.
Interesting.
Your clan and your abilities are basically like picking a class, but it's a little broader than that.
Right. Yeah, it was just like I just realized I was like, oh, okay, so I get both of these abilities, and then you level up. I don't understand the level up thing, but I'm sure that'll come in time.
It's like in 5e you got the fighting styles. It's like you can unlock more fighting styles at higher points. So you just get to do more cool shit within that specific realm.
So, but you don't like level up in this game, right?
You do. You gain experience. You can spend that experience on things. But you don't you don't have a level. You're not like a level 1 vampire.
So how do I like get the level 2 fortitude stuff?
But putting another dot in that discipline.
And you do that by accumulating enough experience and by drinking enough of the right type of blood. And that's where the resonance comes in.
Oh, the blood has traits which goes towards a bar that you fill up for your specific stats.
Now I understand. Okay.
You got to drink the blue potion to get more mana.
I mean, that's a cool system. Don't get me wrong. That's awesome. It's a little complicated, but it's like complicated in a cool way.
I think it's like once we understand the verbiage and we can translate it into something we understand, it's going to click like crazy.
Yeah. No, but I'll be honest with you. It made me hella uncomfortable having to do the feeding scenes. I'm not going to lie. I'm just like, oh, God, this is evil as fuck.
You're a paladin at heart, Nick.
I am. It's my class. Okay?
I mean, we've got to eat
But-
somehow.
Rachel would be proud of me. Last night, I totally stole a chocobo.
Hell fucking yeah. I don't know what that is, but fuck yeah.
It's basically I stole a horse.
Hell yeah.
It's a giant rooster horse, right? Like a chicken horse.
Oh yeah, that's from
we
what?
playing the
From Final Fantasy.
Final
We're playing
Fantasy.
Final
Okay, I thought.
Fantasy, D&D game, and
Amazing.
I'm playing Ishii, who you've all met before.
Oh, Ishii eats every
and-
day.
Ishii unlocked the
Fine steed.
stall for all of the yellow chocobos and just like let them all out, and then he unlocked the main gate and got a natural 20 on his animal handling check and just rode off with one.
Yay.
Oh,
Run
so
off into the sunset.
you gonna subclass into Cavalier?
It would have been cool if my party member hadn't had a
Okay.
huge problem with it, so I take it back.
So, Rachel, hey, Rachel, what feeding
Yeah.
type did you pick?
Oh god, I don't remember. I remember I wrote it down somewhere, then I lost it. I kind of came home late last night. I will get back to you in just a second. You know what? Consensualist. I'm trying to better myself, so you know what? Consensualist. Because I feel bad.
Okay.
I'm gonna put in parentheses vegan.
Eh. I'm not in it for the vegan aspect. I mean, I
No,
just
that's
don't
one of
get
the
it.
human things I hold on to.
All right.
Aw.
So, Rachel,
Yes.
you also get to pick medicine or persuasion as your
Ooh.
specialty.
Well, I guess. And then Rachel, are you gonna do fortitude or are you gonna do aspects?
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to be really tough or do you want to be like persuasive?
I like the persuasive aspect. I'll be persuasive.
Oh wait, hold on. What does this thing actually do? Heightened
Aspects?
senses. Okay, this is the heightened senses
You
one.
can hear a lot.
Do you want to be perceptive and then sense the unseen? Okay, yeah, I'll be the tank then, so I'll do fortitude.
I would like to see people coming because I have a backstory for my character that just fuck the backstory in the pre-gen.
Okay. Oh,
It will only
interesting.
be verbal.
Well, I'll do fortitude then, and I'll be our tough guy, which fits for my character, I think.
I love that we're switching places, Nick.
What?
You're playing Gunny and I'm playing Tech.
That's funny.
Oh no. You know,
You,
unfortunately,
I
Texas-
mean, that was it, when you put your like backstory in. That was the first thing that did come to mind. I was like, he's playing my character.
unfortunately, Texas decided to pick up the old accent.
I don't know if you jumped in. I said I was playing a vampire Bill Gates.
No, I didn't hear that. But
That was my first thought. I was like, oh,
I
you could be a tech genius. I was like, oh,
I
I'm gonna have
expect Rachel to make jokes about fucking your mother.
I did, yeah, I
Yeah.
totally did. Because, you know, without realizing it, I decided to switch the voice to this. Why reinvent the wheel when you got fucking Charlie Diaz's voice right over here, you know?
So
Okay, Summer.
Marsha's your code name and Charlie Dia is your human name.
Of course, yeah. And it's also Mr. Dia to you.
You
I play as a
survived.
teacher.
You survived the Delta Green and got bit by a vampire, and now you're in the
Is your
masquerade.
backstory that you're a postman?
You're a poster.
No, that's actually my cousin, Charles Dia. I am no, that's my cousin
my
Charlie
God.
Dia. I am Charles Dia. I am a teacher, and unfortunately, because I'm not paid well, because you know, a teaching profession in the United States is not well paid at all. I had to moonlight as like a bouncer to bars, and I was bitten. So fuck me, I guess. You know. Yeah. Oh, wait. Oh.
Ben really wants to
happened?
know.
Wants to know what? What?
What are you? Oh wait.
I was thinking of going with Cleaver.
Ooh.
Oh wow.
Because I made a backstory that she has a fiance. So that's perfect. But then I was
You have a family that
reading
you
a
feed
little
off
bit
of? Oh, nice.
of the rule book, and I saw that the Camarilla very much frowns upon that.
You're like
It's okay.
like
And
a
there's a
Cullen.
possibility of her
Damn,
family
fuck
getting killed.
Maria.
Is this going to be one of the... Are we going to rebel? Is that what this campaign is?
No, we live in their city. We gotta live by their rules that they know about.
I'm starting an underground cult. You can all join me if you want.
I don't think.
What are
we
you,
want
like a
Rain in your
12-year-old
cult.
girl at a summer camp? They start cults all the goddamn time, let me tell ya.
I don't appreciate
Rachel
you
started
attacking my
half of them.
heritage that way.
So Summer, if you want to be a cleaver, that is totally fine. I will say there are other ways to feed, and you can use your fiance as a touchstone.
Mhm.
But it's whatever you want to do.
Yeah, I think I'll go with that. Play life on the edge. Or I guess unlife.
Till
Okay,
death
so you
do
get
us
to
part,
pick
right, sweetheart?
persuasion or subterfuge.
I'll pick persuasion. I already have little things in that.
So your specialty is now gaslighting.
Total girl boss, hell yeah. Gaslight, gatekeep girl boss. Fuck yeah.
Gaslighting. Got it.
And you get to pick dominate or animalism as your additional discipline.
Let me look at those. Animalism? Is that what you said?
That is indeed what I said.
That's like animal handling, right?
Oh, I'm having trouble finding that.
It's the first one, or disciplines.
I know my the thing's not working.
Are you still on the Google Drive link?
No, I was fine with the Google Drive link, but I had to refresh it. I had to refresh all of it, really. Oh, there it is. You'll have to come back to me because I literally can't find this.
Okay. So before we dive into advantages too much, we need to kind of figure out what type of group you guys are. The term is typically coterie. So
What you call me?
you're part of a coterie. So you've got several varieties, and they're in there under characters, coterie creation, if you look it up in the book. But there's Blood Cult, Cerberus, which is more of like a protective group. Champions, which, fight for like a cause of some kind. Commando, which is, more like SWAT forces. Day Watch, which isn't going to apply to you guys because you're not Thin Bloods. A Fang Gang. A Hunting Party. A Marechal, which is kind of like a guard unit for a member of the ruling group in the city. Nomads. A Plumer, which is kind of just like a social group. The Questari. So you have some sort of objective you have in mind. So you're not going to be a regency. You could also be Watchman.
I mean, the I feel like
Is
shouldn't
this
like
something we have to pick now, or can we play it out and see how the story progresses?
right, because I was just thinking like we don't know what the adventure is.
Okay.
Or the
We'll come back to it.
people, because there's a couple where it's like this dude picks you to do something, and we might find a dude that we like. I guess
That is true.
I'm just
I don't know. I am looking forward to us still like kind of learning how to navigate.
How to vampire?
Yeah, because I mean, like right now, all we did was shoot our way into a bar, and now we're here, and we're like, okay, we're supposed to vampire.
Okay. So, the last thing then we'll get into, because we'll save advantages and disadvantages or
Flaws?
flaws. Yes, thank you. Is convictions and beliefs.
Oh, Jesus.
So,
Always on the one. Jesus Christ.
say it again, Rachel.
Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
So the convictions and beliefs part is basically like something you've retained from your human life that you want to try to hang on to. It's again part of like preserving your humanity. Because if you violate your convictions or your beliefs, that will also gain you a stain. So it's on page 172 in the rule book. There's some examples of things like thou shalt not kill, never expose children to violence, protect the innocent from harm, courage is the highest virtue, the guilty must be punished, from each according to their abilities, to each according to their needs. So there's a whole bunch of beliefs or convictions that you guys can pick, and you can have anywhere from 1 to 3, and
What
then that will help inform like your specific trajectory and how you go about gaining stains and whatnot.
What page is this on again?
172.
172. Okay.
And again, these are just examples. You can pick just about anything. I will say that might makes right is a potential conviction, but that's already going to be a little more on the side of you kind of doing whatever the hell you want.
I mean, that is what he wants to do, is do whatever the hell he wants.
well,
Chaotic neutral.
well, it's not. Well,
You
because
know, a lot more like chaotic evil.
Oh, gotcha.
well, no, because Rain spent a lot of time in institutionalized, so he knows, especially in a new world, the best way to go about it is to pretty much find a gang boss. So Rain doesn't mind working for the biggest, scariest motherfucker. Because that's what he used to have. That's what he's done his entire life to survive.
So I might suggest more of an obey authority.
Okay, yeah, that
Follow the
works.
leader.
And then that's where the might makes right, because it's not necessarily like I'm the leader. It's like I'm broke and worthless.
Oh.
I guess I'm coming at it from like a Grand Theft Auto angle, where I'm coming in with nothing, working for these big guys. And yeah, I got big dreams in the back of my head of becoming a big guy myself.
Or at least
But
that's what he was thinking about while he was sitting in that chair, smoking that cigarette in the dark.
Exactly.
hell yeah.
Would that be something along the lines of from each according to their abilities, to each according to their needs?
No, that's like the classic statement of communism.
Right.
I think respect authority, obey authority, either of those kind of fits more in line with what he's talking about.
Respect's a big point.
My authority.
And I could see that one being kind of like a, always give respect until it's been broken. Something like that. It's like, but again, these are just character ideas for you guys to kind of think of and put, again, 1, 2, 3 of them on your sheet, and that's going to kind of be the things you want to maintain. And when you break those, that's when the consequences come in.
How about respect
Interesting.
power?
Sure.
There is one that says, like, respect insert religion here as sacred and obey its moral laws, but that could be respect the hierarchy and its laws, and if somebody breaks those laws, they're against the hierarchy.
There's not a big difference between religion and gangs. That's a good point.
Well, you guys think about that for just a minute. I'll be right back.
I'm going to go anti-me, and I'm not going to aid women in need.
Just rob from them while they're sleeping.
Yes!
This character's so anti-me, it's fun to play.
Some sort of role that you're playing?
Yeah, no, it's just fun. I actually feel super bad. I felt super bad after last session, and
Okay,
I
Mr.
messaged.
Capri Sun.
No, it's not even me being mean to the NPCs. I'm just kind of an asshole to everybody. And
true.
so if
That's Kevin.
if it's too much, just let me know. I guess is what I'm saying.
Whatever, you dick.
I think we've hardened ourselves against those type of characters, so you're fine.
Okay. Well, it's a new type of character for me. So like I get really into it and don't think about what I say until afterwards, and then I'm like, that's kind of asshole.
I mean, it can't be true if you call people boo-boo. So, no harm for me.
There's a lot more bookkeeping to this than I thought there was going to be.
I don't. You guys are talking about a lot of stuff, and I'm just trying to follow along on this character sheet, and I have no idea what the hell
I'm
we're
just
talking
trying to
about.
figure out how
Yeah,
to add the
I don't
disciplines to
even
my
know as
character
well.
sheet.
I'm
Yeah.
fucking cruising along. This is great. I am like copy and pasting from this PDF into here and just like I'm cruising along, but like there is a lot.
There is a
Well,
lot.
I looked at my clan or my predator thing, and it's like you get these points, these points, and these points. Well, I got one of them put in, but then it's like you get this other thing, and I have no idea where that goes on the sheet.
Okay, cost is free. Duration is passive. Copy and paste.
All right.
Gosh.
Description.
Anybody else have any questions?
Oh,
Yeah.
I would
we're
ask,
gonna
but I
get
have
there.
all the questions.
Do you have any
So-
questions that need immediate answers? Yes,
Yes.
Rachel.
Okay, so persuasion. Am I supposed to fill in a dot for the persuasion?
Yes.
Okay, just one dot.
Yeah, technically you're not supposed to, but I'm giving it to you guys. So
Yes.
because when I punish you later for all your violations of the masquerade, you'll at least have an extra dot for some solace.
Oh, nice. Okay, and also, I need help filling out my discipline, but you know what? I'll figure it out.
Like, you need help on the character sheet.
Yes.
Okay. So, if you go down to discipline,
Yes.
so you've already got obfuscate. I like how blood resonance. Yes. Let me get you the actual thing you need there.
Thank you.
Do.
You're straight from prison, Jeremy?
Yeah.
Oh,
Rain
no,
is straight from prison.
He's like fresh out of jail. California screaming.
Nice.
Fucking hopped out, robbed a convenience store, been high for the past 2 weeks. Got turned into a vampire, woke up in a cellar.
Didn't I give you your?
That got high.
Okay, I may have to come back and fix yours, Rachel. Because I thought I had your disciplines in there, but they seem to be gone now.
I also don't have my disciplines, but I'm not sure how to add them because it doesn't quite make sense.
It's the plus at the bottom. So
Well, I did that, but none of the things to like put in, I don't know what any of those are. Like,
so when you look at like fortitude or whatever in your discipline,
Auspics.
there's the characteristics. And so, like, under the fortitude, the type is physical, the masquerade threat is medium, and then the blood
Ah,
resonance is melancholic. Um,
okay.
and so you put those in, and then you hit the X, and then you put in your powers. So you click the add power, and then that's when I put in like
Okay.
resilience in level 1 and unswayable mind. And then I also made sure to include I need to make sure, yeah, and then like my potence ability is got 2 dots in it. So I made sure I added the level 2 ability on there also.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So like if you have 2 dots, I don't know why I have 2 dots. I don't know where that comes from, but that's what
Uh,
the pre-gen sheet had. So
yeah, basically, as you are building your character, you your clan, which again is kind of
I
uh,
get it from my clan.
your lineage, has
Oh, so I just
certain.
have to click Bruja over here.
Hoo-ha.
Oh, these
And
people are hot. Is everyone hot in this game?
I
everyone
am not
except the
hot,
first
no.
two.
Nope.
Not me. Mm-mm.
If
I
you
mean,
clean, if I took a shower and you put me in a suit, I clean up nice.
What you do for me is you close your right eye, then your left eye, and then you just imagine pretty hard. And then maybe.
okay, so here's what we're gonna do. I'm going to, if you guys are already adding your disciplines, it's great. If not, let me know and I'll very quickly run through and add them in there.
I've been adding mine.
I added my. I don't know if I did it right.
I think you
I
added
think I
mine
got
already, right, Ben?
mine.
Let's see. I'm gonna fix reins.
I love this dominate ability. It's so cool.
Right.
Oh, okay.
I
I
could just
see.
tell someone to forget, and they just don't remember.
Cloud memory.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. This makes a lot more sense. Thank you, Ben.
No problem.
I could have someone like hijack someone's financial information to make them forget that they ever did it.
Oh, so you can min-max this a little bit, like if you pick the right things that just give you bonus to this disciplines, yeah?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm not going to, I'm just curious.
Aha. That's
I
famous last words.
can guarantee you, if there's a system, it can be min-maxed.
Oh, it's just
But
because it's all new to me, and I'm like, oh, the dots connected.
I will say, sure, it is possible to min-max your character for certain things. But if you
Also,
go for a min-maxed physical character, you're going to be missing out on the social disciplines you have to have. You min-max your social disciplines, you're going to be missing out on the physical disciplines you may need. So there really isn't you're not going to be able to break the system because you may be able to murder just about anyone, like in one-on-one combat, but you're not going to be able to take out 2 or 3 other powerful vampires who you've managed to piss off because you keep breaking all the rules.
I definitely like how I think the character creator's just neat.
Okay. So I think now we're going to pick back up I will explain a few of the things that have been retconned, just in case anybody took notes from the last session. First is that we're not in Springfield. We're in New Amsterdam.
Ha
And the bar you're in is not actually called the Red Star. You are in Death Toll.
That's not ominous at all.
I like that name.
Found it. Dark secret.
The bartender, whose name is Sage, has basically rushed you into the well, not rushed, but escorted you back into the sunless, windowless kind of underground dormitory that is maintained here, because this is a haven of last resort for kindred. And as the four of you who have been on your adventure so far show up, there's already two other individuals there in the dormitory, and they're already asleep. And the first thing you notice is that when you look at them, they don't look like they're sleeping, they look like they're dead. But despite the fact that they look dead, you're not in really any position to cast aspersions on anyone. So you go ahead and have a seat on your chosen cot. Yes.
Is there a phone that Charles can use?
There is a phone at the bar, if you ask as you're being let down.
Yeah, I would like to use the phone.
Uh,
I just need to call someone.
yeah, sure. Who you calling?
MS 132, the one on Broadway and Campbell.
Can't say I do, but go ahead if you know the number.
All right, and Charles is, going to call in and quit his job at MS 132, which is real sad. But he can't
Aw.
teach kids anymore, yeah. Like,
You can do night classes.
I can, but, the kids I teach, can't do that until,
Think that's a middle school?
yeah, MS Middle School, yep. Middle School number 132. Go Badgers.
All right, so you leave a message that basically says, what does it say when you leave the message for the principal?
Look, Mosh here. Mosh, Christy, Mosh. Sorry to leave you hanging, but, something bad happened. I'm sorry, you gotta put in a long-term sub for me. I know this is really hard to do, but, something happened, and, I'm really sorry for letting my students down, and I just want you to tell them that I really appreciate them. But I can't teach. I'm really sorry I couldn't give you a heads up. It's just something real bad happened. I apologize. You know what my materials are, so tell them I really do mean the best for them. Tell them I'm really sorry. And hung up.
All right. As Marcia started to cut ties with their former life.
Oh no, his name is Charles now.
Oh,
I was
sorry.
very serious about Charles Dia.
Then we should probably change that name on the character sheet.
Yes. I don't know how. Also, he looks like Fetterman
Does
from the
that mean
Governor Race.
does that mean we have to stop making Randy Marsh quotes? Or can we still make Randy Marsh quotes?
I mean, you can totally do that. I'm not going to stop you. We're not the cops.
Excellent.
Okay.
Thank you.
Everyone else has made their way to a cot. And as the dawn, you can't see it. There's no windows. You're underground, but you feel it. You feel it start to come over you, and this lethargy and then this blackness just overwhelms you. And it's like no time has passed. It's not like sleeping. This is not like you're dreaming, you're fitful. It's like once it overwhelms you, you stop. And then you wake up as the sun sets the next day. Your eyes pop open at sundown, alert and ready to go. You feel your hunger, your endless companion, and you briefly reminisce about the events from last night and the vivid dreams you may have experienced. So I take it back, there may be some dreams. Bartender picks you up and directs you upstairs. You can feel his pulse and heartbeat. He's mortal. For a moment you struggle with your desire to sate your hunger. Then you wonder if he's into the whole deal. As you reach the ground floor, you meet another kindred, one you've never met before. And the first thing I need each of you to do is to make a rouse check.
Ooh.
Basically, every morning when you wake up, you have to make a
Can
rouse
nobody
check.
else play this in night mode because you can't see anything?
Oh no.
Oh no, it's all white. When
Oh
you
wow,
do that.
yeah.
Yeah, they didn't modify the text. Okay, switch it to daytime.
It looks
I had a
like
good meal last night.
Sam, Terry,
Oh,
Alex.
does Jay
and-
have to roll as well?
Yes, Jay and is also there. Yeah, Jay and Alex were the two that were already asleep when everyone else showed up.
I succeeded mine.
I am looking for this check. I don't know this
It
character sheet.
is right above disciplines. It looks like a little D10 icon.
Ah, haha.
Uh-oh.
I'm assuming that's bad.
Yes.
This means you get
More hungry.
Yes, you're hungry.
Yep.
I already hate this fucking system because it hates me.
Well, you rolled a 5. It's just you didn't roll 6 or better.
I rolled a
It's
1, didn't I?
It's a 50-50 chance. No. The dice are special.
Oh, there it is. Okay, it's in the thing. Ah, gotcha.
Yeah, it's a 50-50 chance that every night when you wake up, you're a little hungrier. So, as you come upstairs, you are met by Jackie, the person that drove you around last night. But there's a new individual.
What do
And-
they look like?
You guys see that?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Hmm.
Yes.
As you all come upstairs, he's standing there, and he looks to be in his mid-40s, or excuse me, mid-30s. But he's got this kind of, again, the picture is not completely representative because he actually has white hair. The first thing you really notice, though, is that he's got mismatched eyes. One's blue and one's brown. And he introduces himself. He says, "Good evening, kindred. You can call me Clark. It's good to see you survived the day and the night before. It was most indecorous of those monsters in the Second Inquisition to set upon you so. But all's well that ends well. It is so good to see you and to welcome you to the fair city of New Amsterdam. I would know your names.
I'm Rain. I call out from the back. I have both my hands in my pockets. I'm just kind of staring at him sideways, just like I look bored.
Rain, excellent to meet you.
Charles Dia, used to call me people used to call me Mr. Dia, but it's just Charles now.
Charles, excellent. Welcome. Continues looking around at each of you.
Are Jay and Alex with the group now?
Yes, you guys all
Okay.
were all in the dormitory.
Okay. So Alex will step forward. My associates call me Alex.
Ah, Alex. You seem familiar. But nonetheless, welcome.
Jay, with their insatiable hunger, pulls out candy out of his pocket to try to curb it, knowing that it's not going to happen. But it's a habit from his old life, and he steps up onto like the back of a booth or something and crouches down. My name is Jay.
Yay. Welcome. And he watches you very closely as you start eating the candy. Do you actually eat the candy?
He takes a bite and just like gnaws on it, and then it just falls out of his mouth.
Okay. So you're not actually trying to ingest it?
No, it's just like a chewing gum fixation. So he's just got a candy
Right.
bar. He's just gonna chew
Just
on it.
making a mess in the booth. All right. Got
Yep.
it.
Sorry, you could call me Sam.
Excellent. And you, good sir?
Harry.
Harry. Welcome. Well, I'll cut right to the point. I have information that will be of interest to each of you. I can only share what I know, but what I know is yours. You were each rescued from, well, a holding pen, if you will, of the Second Inquisition. That may mean nothing to you at this time, but it will come to mean a great deal. You, as you have probably surmised by now, are a kindred, what mortals call a vampire. You were sired just very recently. I would say each of you only within the last few days. That is a very trying time. I have not yet been able to track down the sire who is responsible for your current condition, at least not for each of you. But nonetheless, in New Amsterdam, you are welcome. You are welcome as a probationary member of the Camria, an organization dedicated to the preservation of our kind and the protection of us and the mortals that we feed upon. I invite each of you to join me as we go uptown. And you may have heard of the nightclub Glow. And each of you, actually, let's see, it's a good chance for a roll here. Everybody make me a wits and streetwise roll.
So it's wits first, then streetwise?
No, it's streetwise with wits as your secondary attribute.
Correct.
Mm.
I'm just gonna say that Sam doesn't know it because I have nothing in Streetwise.
That's okay. You've got wits, so
All right. So, is there a specific way that we do this roll?
you click on the skill, and it'll come up, and it will then give you the option of selecting a secondary attribute.
Gotcha.
Then you pick the appropriate one. And in some circumstances, you'll also need to add extra die. But in this case, I don't think anyone has a specialty or anything that applies here.
No, I just have insight and investigation, so I don't think that would be anything for that.
Yeah.
And I have to submit a difficulty?
Don't worry about that. Just go ahead and roll it. It'll default to a difficulty of 2. Okay, so in this situation
Jesus
where you're just trying to
Christ.
recall information, there's really no, like, the messy criticals and the bestial failures don't really come in.
Start ripping everyone apart trying to think about this nightclub.
I think I'm going apeshit at this point.
It was
Those,
a candy bar.
at least the way I'm going to run the game, is that those sorts of things only really come into play when you're in a conflict of some kind. Either a contest with another vampire or group of people or whatever, or an actual physical altercation. In those
When
situations,
the tensions are higher.
yeah, basically, if you're just sitting here trying to recall knowledge, whatever.
If I might, I don't know how this works, but I'm going to throw it in there. Jay is new, and he's got this heightened senses thing, and I think he's just getting overstimulated with people, the conversation, and so his brain is just not picking up on the things.
Absolutely. And as a Malkavian, that overwhelming of the senses is going to be a common theme in your life.
Yep. All my bad rolls, overwhelmed senses.
So, those of you who got at least 2 successes have all heard of Glow, and it's a high-end bar. Kind of it's not necessarily like only the elite of the city go there, but it's definitely on the very upper end of the bars. Like, you're not going to walk in there in, like, flip-flops and shorts and a raggedy t-shirt. At least not without getting plenty of odd looks. And let's see. Yes, Alex. You have actually been to Glow before. And you actually now recognize the person standing in front of you as the bartender from Glow.
Thought I recognized you from somewhere.
Ah, I take it you've been by the club.
Swung by occasionally after a late shift.
Excellent. Well, I would like to invite you all to join me there. I believe that, well, at least one of you may get to meet the individual responsible for your current fate. And there, we can explain more about what is actually going on. Here at Death Toll, it's a nice enough place, run by a good man. But I would rather have you in more comfortable settings before I share the rest of the news with you. Would you care to join me?
On your 6.
I mean, what else are we going to do? Just kind of sit around here and wait for the, day, I guess.
Harry wants to know what's going on.
And that I can share with you. Please. Oh, come. And he starts out of the bar. And as he's heading out, you see someone else walking in. And the person you see walking in looks kind of like this. Only under the hat and behind the long, lanky, dirty hair, you can see a lot of fairly intense scarring. Like, to the point that this person looks, well, repulsive.
A Nosferatu?
He is, in fact, an Nosferatu.
Oh, dang. Okay, cool.
And as Clark is walking out, he says, "Ah, Sphinx, I appreciate you allowing our new visitors to stay at your place. It is, as always, a pleasure." Yes, yes, my lord, it is good to welcome new faces, especially in this time. If there's anything you need, you know where to find me. And they nodded to each other, and Sphinx walks in and heads behind the bar.
Does Charles recognize Sphinx at all?
You do
Does
not.
that voice sound familiar? Damn.
After Sphinx walk away, Rain's gonna look at Clark. Why the fuck did he call you Lord? Some kind of lord or something?
Well, not exactly. I represent the prince of the city.
Oh, there's a fucking prince?
Indeed, there is much for you to learn about the administration of this city.
Jesus Christ.
And as Sphinx is, well, he himself is something of a lord. He is a representative on the Primogen Council. His word is respected and honored here.
That dude looks in worse shape than fucking me. Or him. And he's gonna point over at Charles.
Oh, wow, okay. Thank you for pointing that out. Not like I'm going to be reminded of it every time I look at someone. Thank you for telling me. Thank you
Well,
for
I'm
reminding
reminded of
me.
it every time too.
Okay, look, you don't have to be such a dick about it.
It's kinda who I am.
Okay, well, I'm not telling you to change things, but, maybe stop being such a fucking dick.
So
The
what
blood
about
manifests itself in a variety of ways. Our companions, what we would refer to as the lineage of the Nosferatu, are more outwardly cursed than many of us. But that is merely on the surface. Many of the Nosferatu are the kindest of our kind. Much can be hidden beneath the surface, and much that is apparent on the surface may not be true beneath. It is definitely wise not to judge a book by its cover in our world.
Alright.
Personally,
That's
I don't
fair.
think that, he ever read something, but okay, he's definitely looked down a lot of covers.
You mentioned something about a council?
At this point, he's ushering you all into a stretch limousine.
I might head up to the limousine.
The driver is standing there with the door open.
Last
tell the-
limo we hopped in, we got in a gunfight, so I'm gonna have my pistol in my pocket with my hand around it.
I appreciate your caution. That will serve you well.
Jay is walking behind everyone with their hands over their ears as they walk into the limo.
And as everyone climbs inside, he steps in after you close the door. And it's one of those that's got like the big wraparound bench. And so there's room for everyone. He basically sits up near the front glass so he can look at each of you. And the driver closes the door, walks around, gets in, and starts driving off. Well, first, let me give you just a little bit of history that may make what you're dealing with slightly easier to understand. So, you may be familiar with European history, at least enough to have heard of the Inquisition. Many assume that it was merely against the heretics, against the Christian Catholic faith at the time. But that was only one part of it. The true cause of the Inquisition was a desire to root out and destroy those like us, who had set themselves up as kings and rulers in the lands of Europe, who had taken advantage of and ruled over the kind with cruelty and openly. As the Inquisition took down one elder after another, those who had survived, those who were wise, came together and established the Camarilla, something that would hide us, protect all of us. Something that would establish the rules and the boundaries that must be respected in order for our kind to continue. The Camarilla established leaders in the various realms. Many years ago, as this city was finally growing into what it is now, the Camarilla established an outpost here. And our prince has been serving here, ruling here, for over a century, and ruling well. New Amsterdam has been one of the safest, the least troubled places in the world for our kind. We hope to see it continue so, but times are changing and they are difficult. Unfortunately, there is now a second Inquisition. And it comes at a terrible time. It comes when our more misguided brethren, those who value their individual priorities over the good of us all, they have been acting out, stirring things up in a way that drew attention. And the mortal world conspired against us. You, I'm sure, are aware of what the mortals call the War on Terror. Well, much like the First Inquisition, that was as much a cover story for the mortals as it was reality. There have been attacks across the globe against our kind. A terrible attack in Vienna nearly destroyed the clan Tremere. Attacks
Wait,
in...
So you trying to tell me that my tax dollars have been going to fighting vampires instead of...
As you will
endless-
come to find, much that goes on in the mortal world is done at the behest of those of our kind who have influence.
Oh, cool. So the reason why I can't eat is, yeah, okay, vampires. That's great.
Humans are perfectly capable of cruelty and callousness to their own kind. Vampires may not make it better, but they hardly make it worse. No. What I mean is that there has started, well, some of the rebellions, some of the anarchy drew the attention of mortal governments. Much of it focused in the Middle East, places where the dark sect known as the Sabbat have long held power. But it got out of hand. Certain of our kind thought that they could use the mortals, use them to take out a rival, to clear a territory for their own expansion. Unfortunately, they did not understand the levels to which human technology has climbed. Recently, just in the last few years, seems like just yesterday, we have had to disavow all technology. We no longer use the internet or things of that nature to communicate. We must fall back on centuries-old habits. We cannot risk our presence being detected by those parts of the governments of the world that are tied into the Second Inquisition. It would be best for all of you if you do not carry a cell phone. If you must use one, make sure it has no GPS capability, which is getting harder and harder to do.
Rain's gonna pull out the little flip phone that was given to him. Is this good?
Yes, that type of device, hard to trace, used infrequently, it cannot build up a pattern of your behavior or your locations.
Just buy these at Walmart, right?
Indeed. And I encourage you, once you've used it more than twice, to be rid of it.
Probably should just get rid of it right now.
Want
And-
this? Just like pull out the phone and snap it in half.
Excellent. You may leave it here. We will dispose of it.
I'm just gonna drop it on the floor of the limo.
Our prince, unlike some cities that have adapted to the troubled times we're in poorly, still welcomes all within the arms of the Canria. However, we do request that those of you who wish to stay in the good graces of the prince and of the council, do be careful to follow the rules and the code by which the Camarilla has survived all these many years. There are 6 traditions that must be respected. The first and the most important is the masquerade. Thou shalt not reveal thy true nature to those not of the blood. Doing such shall renounce thy claims of blood. Second, thy domain is thine own concern. All others owe thee respect while in it. None may challenge thy word while in thy domain. Third, thou shalt only sire another with the permission of thine elder. If thou createst another without thine elder's leave, both thou and thy progeny shall be slain. Fourth, those thou create are thine own children. Until thy progeny shall be released, thou shalt command them in all things. Their sins are thine to endure. Fifth, honor one another's domain. When thou comest to a foreign city, thou shalt present thyself to the one who ruleth there. Without the word of acceptance, thou art nothing. And sixth, Thou art forbidden to destroy another of thy kind. The right of destruction belongeth only to thine elder. Only the eldest among thee shall call the blood hunt. These 6 traditions have bounded kindred society for more than 5 centuries, and we have flourished. Unfortunately, it is through dereliction of these traditions that many of you stand where you are now.
Am I gonna get cold?
I do not understand your question.
Well, you said if the person who made me didn't get permission and I was fucking high as shit in the middle of the woods, I don't think that naked ass lady talked to any prince. So what? Where am I at right now?
You are invited to join us. Your sire has chosen not to be part of our community. They have chosen to live outside the city and outside the prince's protection. You, however, have a different choice.
What's that?
To accept our traditions, to be one of us, to be part of this city.
I think I could do that.
Harry, you also have been brought into your current condition by one not within our circle.
Great.
And unfortunately, I have bad news to share about that. But that will come later. Charles, while
Is it
I
like
do
the
not...
rest?
Hmm?
No, just like it's like the rest. You don't know who changed me outside in the circle and everything.
Actually, no, we do know. And as the storyteller, I will let you choose your sire's name as you desire.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't have to come up with that right now. Your sire petitioned the prince, and the prince saw need, and he granted your sire's desire. Unfortunately, not long after your embrace, your sire was separated from you. Called, well, chased by the Second Inquisition. He has managed to escape, and we do anticipate that you'll be reunited with him. But unfortunately, you were caught. We are glad to have recovered you.
Okay, that's really good. But why wasn't I allowed on this decision? Because I had a lot of strings attached to my previous life. So it's really great that I was allowed to have zero destiny or choosing to this. So it
I think
like
if you look back, and memories immediately preceding and after the embrace are often very shaky, I suspect you'll find that your sire offered you a choice, and you chose. You may not have known all that it would entail, but I think you know that whatever attachments you had to your previous life, you were ready to let it go.
That's bullshit, man. You know
you,
it.
Terry. Exactly.
Perhaps. Perhaps not. It is not for me to judge.
I'll fucking judge. I'll judge all day. Do it.
Feel free to judge as much as you'd like, but the situation is what it has become, and there seems as though there's no turning back now.
Well spoken, Alex. You also were embraced by Prince's permission, but it is with much sorrow that I must report to you that your sire, a friend of mine, did not escape the Inquisition and met his final death not long after granting you this boon.
He's doing his best to avoid direct eye contact with Mr. Lord Clark here at the mention of that. From what I remember, they were storming into the building, coming in through all of the exits. If I would have known what he was at the time, we could have strategized differently, but the rules are the rules, and one cannot make oneself known to those outside of the circle. Such, I suppose. The situation is what it is. There's no going back now.
Yes, and have no worries. Those responsible for your sire's death will be held to account. And those ultimately responsible, well, I'll come to that later.
Just let me know how I can be of assistance. Be happy to see them brought to proper justice.
I think I perhaps have the most interesting news for you. Your sire, well, they will be meeting you later this eve.
Oh.
Your sire is, well, I will let them discuss it for themselves.
I'm sure we will have much to discuss.
Indeed. Jay,
Pulls their hands off.
I do not know for sure who your sire is. We strongly suspect that they were a kindred who had passed through the city recently. Not a permanent resident here, and certainly not one who had been given permission to sire another in our domain. You may yet track them down, or they may track you down. But we have no further information at this time for you.
I understand. Thank you.
And about then, the limousine has arrived outside a fairly fancy hotel. And you see that, we'll say it's the Marriott Hotel. Very fancy one.
Of course.
Everyone knows of the Marriott.
Very popular in New Amsterdam.
It is. But on an attached ground floor, there is just a sign that says Glow. And you're ushered inside. And the place is fairly busy. Again, some of you look a little out of place, but when you walk in and Clark is walking with you, the staff just let you through, no questions asked, and he directs you. He walks through the bar area into the back into like a private room, and he has each of you seated. Now, I have one more bit of story or information to share with you. And then an offer. Terry, both of these are going to, well, weigh heavily upon you. So do pay attention.
He just like crosses his arms.
As I've said, this is a Canria city, and welcoming to all. However, within the confines of the city, there have been anarch conclaves established. They have carved out a territory, primarily because the prince does not wish to put the full might of his organization against them. Not in this time, in this place. The enclaves are confined currently to, well, I hesitate to call them the slums, but that is perhaps the best word for them.
That's my neighborhood, man.
I
You
accept
didn't
that.
build it, did you?
No, I don't think he's the architect.
It's where I live. Because we're from the
That is-
city, right?
Yeah, basically each of you's from the city.
Yeah, like Terry's from the ghetto. Like he's
Yeah.
from the bad part of town.
And the ghetto, or the borough, because this is kind of like New
It's
York,
New
it has
York.
boroughs.
I picture Terry being from New York, so this is perfect.
You are from the borough of Ginbatten.
I taught there a couple of times when I was a student teacher.
That's, it's the roughest part of the city. There's gangs. The Russian mob is, in particular, fairly in control of that part of the city.
Mob, you say? Interesting. All right. Couple of places.
And then
Filling the community with drugs.
Drugs, you say? Interesting. I think this is going even more.
I mean,
Best friends.
the Anox had also established, well, a tenacious foothold, if you will, in the borough of Ridgemont. And you guys would know that Ridgemont is like, it's not the slums, but it's like the lower working class area of town. It's got some nice parts, got some bad parts. Just, overall, eh. Well, the self-styled Anarch Baron of Ginbatten. His name is Ivan Zaitsev. Zaitsev is difficult, but not impossible to work with. Another reason that the prince has not seen fit to start a war to push him out.
what's that got to do with me?
Well,
Didn't
was
you say you're
his-
from there?
it was his second in command. A vampire called Ace Sokolov. Ace, we have strong reason to believe, was your sire. Ace had been expanding out of Ginbatten into Ridgemont, made a foothold for himself. But he didn't respect the traditions. He didn't understand and acknowledge what the Second Inquisition was capable of. And we have plenty of evidence and some information gathered through other means to make it clear that his callousness and disregard for the traditions we have established left him open to infiltration, ultimately open to attack. Ace Sokolov was killed 2 days ago. His death was the start of 36 hours of constant raiding of kindred strongholds throughout Ridgemont, some in Genbatten, some in the other boroughs where we hold sway. It was clear the Second Inquisition had well prepared for this, kept it quiet, kept it hidden, and struck hard. Many good, decent, useful kindred have met their final death. This is both a disaster and an opportunity for you. As I've said, our prince welcomes all within the arms of the Camarilla. We do not hold the decisions of your bourgeois brothers against you, nor the concerns of your sire, for his efforts have already been repaid. But the opportunity is that his hold on Ridgemont is vacant. We would like to see each of you, all of you, step into the void, fill the vacuum, reestablish Camarilla control over the borough. What say you?
I have a couple of just questions. What was the guy's name that Ace's boss's name that is
Ivan Zitzev?
Ivan Zaitsev.
Dude, I spelled that name 100%
I got it right too.
correctly.
I'm trying so
I'm
hard to follow.
I'm not even gonna give it Ivan Zokolov?
Zaitsev. I
Zaitsev?
did Zitzeve.
Oh, he's typing. This is good.
How bad is my Russian? Oh, I was really close.
Okay.
Zaitsev.
I have my E in the wrong, my second E in the wrong place.
Ivan Zaitsev is like he is the
Baron of
leader.
Genbaden.
He is the leader of the Anarch.
Faction of
he's the leader of the Anarch faction
And he
in New
Genbatten,
Amsterdam.
right?
and he effectively rules from Genbatten.
Yes.
Okay. And then Ridgemont is the working class neighborhood, and Ace Sokolov was in charge of it, basically.
He was basically moving in. He was taking more and more territory over the last few years.
Okay. Okay. And then Ace is Terry's sire, is what they think. And then the Second Inquisition is responsible for killing Ace.
Yes.
And then they raided places all over the city.
Yes.
Okay. And then this guy told Terry basically, like, you don't fit in here.
No. He said, so, okay, step back, lore stuff for a second. The Brusha, or the Bruja, tend to be a little bit rebellious. It's kind of in their nature. And so while they have been part of the Camarilla for centuries, in recent years, like say the last 20 years, more and more of them have broken away and basically said, screw this. You know, we're doing our own thing.
Mm-hmm.
And that's exactly what's happened here. He's tried to set up his own little fiefdom that doesn't answer to the prince of the city.
Prince.
But unlike other locations, it has not broken out into just open warfare.
Prince can't afford to make this public.
Terry's gonna like cross his arms and like look at this guy, and he's gonna say, "I see the dilemma."
Dilemma.
I'm inclined to see here at least what Ivan Zaitsev has to say before I give you an answer, because my word is bond, and I don't want to give it without. I don't know if you're lying to me. I don't know much of anything of what's going on, but it sounds like I might want to talk to Ivan before I make any choices.
So you'd rather talk with the guy selling the drugs on your streets than get in the good graces of the Camria.
I don't know who's telling me the truth or not.
I don't think it fucking matters. This dude's paying us to get on their territory. It's easy enough.
You know,
If you
honestly,
can go there and you'll see for yourself.
I have to agree with Terry here. I kind of don't want to accept, the Cameroon or whatever the fuck you guys are calling until I talk to the guy who turned me. Because, kind of didn't have my consent here, or I don't remember giving my fucking consent, so I'm with Terry here. I'll take a step back.
I'll work for you. I look at Clark. You got my gun.
And Terry's gonna look at Ryan. You're Jay.
Alex.
I'm
Alex.
Jay.
Okay, you're Jay. Okay, Jay and Silent Bob. Right. Terry's gonna look at Alex and say, "I have a hesitation to work for the man."
I'm not asking you to work for the man. I'm asking you if you want to do something about the drugs spreading across your streets. You seemed a bit more concerned about them 30 seconds ago.
Man, you sound like a cop.
Maybe I've just worked with too many of them.
I smell pig from a mile away.
Wait, you're a fucking cop?
I work for the healthcare system.
The
A lot
fuck's
of
that
cops
supposed to
going
mean?
through there.
You a cop or not?
Healthcare, like insurance and shit.
You gotta tell me if you're a cop.
Oh, God, you sell health
know-
insurance, really?
You know they don't have to actually tell you if they're a cop, right? That's just an urban legend. Like vampire, it's an urban legend.
Like vampires.
I don't think that's correct.
Can I make a roll to try to get an insight on this
Absolutely. Absolutely.
guy?
I forgot that's the thing we could do. I was so caught up in the sauce.
What's
I
the
know.
name of the prince?
We don't.
He
He
hasn't
hasn't
said
said yet. Yeah, it's
Oh, we just know
confidential.
there is a prince in New Amsterdam.
Yes.
Are we
One
in the
authority
place-
figure over all of them.
Are we in the place to meet the prince?
Can you copy and paste the 6 laws?
I tried
That's
writing them
number
out,
4.
and I know I butchered every single one of the
I
damn
missed
things.
so much
Yeah.
during that.
And
I-
can I?
I would just read them straight from the rule book. I will type them out for you at some point.
Oh, you could just tell me
Handouts.
what page they're on.
Yeah,
If
if
you
they're in the
want.
rule book.
51?
51 rum.
Yeah, 51.
Malibu.
Okay.
All right.
Can
Let
I
me go
roll-
to that thing.
Awareness and wits. Is that what I was? Would that?
If you want to get a read on him, I'm going to say you're going to roll composure
Ooh.
and insight.
Oh. Okay. Composure's my best stat. Oh my god.
You know what?
Oh, I have an ability.
You failed utterly and completely.
Everything. Oh my god.
You can't get a read off of him at all.
Wait a minute. I think I have something.
Do you have
Character
something?
sheet. Oh my god. It's one of these web pages I have up. Oh my god, I've lost everything. I've lost
Are
control
you
of my life.
are
No,
you
I got
gonna?
it. It's sense the beast. I can read others and sense their hostility. Oh,
Absolutely.
it's I roll 4 dice composed by their composure and subterfuge.
Go ahead and roll it.
Okay, so based on the second tradition, if we take over the territory of
So that's 3 fails and 1 success, right?
That is correct.
You need a 6 or
And
better, right? That's what we're looking at.
it's 6 or better. You sense 0 hostility from him.
Is it always 6 or is that at storyteller's like
No,
preference?
for this system, when you roll a d10, 1 through 5 is a fail, 6 through 10 is a success,
Okay.
and it's just the number of successes you need.
So Jay's been relatively quiet through this conversation, and he's trying to take everything in. I have an ability that you put on my sheet bin that says detect lies.
That's right. You have a specialty in that.
Can I see, just perceiving, trying to take in all the information I can to see if something is not adding up?
You can absolutely make me a roll for that.
All right. What do you want?
Composure and insight.
Composure, insight.
But you get an extra die. So when you get a roll, you'll add an extra die to yourself for detecting lies, since you're trying to see if he's lying to you.
Okay. Oh, so I add +1 to my extra dice value. Cool.
Nice.
3 of 2 successes.
Yeah, you're picking up 0, 0 deception here. You feel
No
like he's
lies
telling you
detected.
exactly what the truth is.
Jay will go over and poke at Terry. He's telling the truth. He's not lying to you.
yeah, well, excuse me if I'm hesitant to work for a prince.
So don't do it for the prince. Do it for yourself.
Yeah,
Do it for your
that means-
neighborhood.
There's no democracy in this society.
This is your vote. You get to cast it.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I don't want to throw my lot in with it. I mean, somebody who sounds like, a tyrant.
Then how about you throw your lot in with us? And Alex is going to step forward and do his half of the bro handshake, where he just puts his arm out. He says, "You promise to have our backs. We'll promise to have yours. We'll see this through to the end. We'll go take a look at this slum lord. See what sorts of vibes he's giving off. The place could be made better or worse for him.
I don't even
We'll let
know
you cast
you.
your vote then."
I mean,
No, you
to
don't.
be to
But
be
we're all
fair,
thrown into this lot together.
Harry does have a point. You're just going to go in blindly, not hear the other side at all.
In my experience, people revolt for a reason.
That is true, yeah. Can
Sometimes
excuse
they
me,
revolt because the royalty gets complacent.
speaking of the royalty and everything, can we at least meet the prince to, kind of get a vibe out of him?
I'm sure he's busy.
Oh, he can make time.
Should you
'cause we
accomplish
have-
this task, should you reclaim this territory for the Camarilla and for yourselves, I can guarantee you the prince will take notice and will greet you at the next Elysium.
When
What if
is
we
the next
decline?
I'm sorry, there were 2 questions there.
I know, yeah.
Will we be punished if we decline? Will we be cast out of the city? Will the prince not accept us?
Should you decline to participate as members of the Camarilla, you are choosing to forfeit the prince's protection.
That's not what I'm asking. You're saying that we can only be part of the Camria if we do this. So you're forcing us to be accepted into the city, whether we like it or not. Even though
Would you
I've
wish
lived
to-
here for decades. I've lived here almost my whole life.
Yes, as a mortal, you have lived here for decades. And should you abide by the traditions, the prince would not, shall I say, chase you from his city. But you will need to feed. You will need shelter. You will need the resources and the advantages that come with being, well, being among your kindred. These are the things you'd be forfeiting should you choose a different path.
Can Jay try to get Terry and pull him aside?
What's up, man?
Pull you off to the side and say, I agree with what you're saying. I don't want to just go and serve any master, because I think that's, without proper information, that is a terrible idea. But perhaps we play along. Once we get to where we're going, we can see if what we're doing is right. And we're actually, bringing a neighborhood out of a terrible situation. Or we're bringing a terrible situation to a neighborhood, and then we could solve that problem then. But I think if we go out now, we can get both sides of the story. Play the game for a little bit, and then figure out what both hands are at the table.
I mean, Terry thinks that Sam is right. Like, we don't really have much of a choice
Also,
right now.
just out of question, I feel like my question's not coming out of character. I feel like my question's not coming across right, Ben.
Okay.
I'm trying to ask, if we don't take over this place for the Camria, we can't be part of the Camria.
Yeah,
so we have
basically,
to leave.
like, hey, are you going to murder us if we tell you no right now?
Yeah. Like, obviously, if we chose to, we could just say, we could still follow
I think it's you're gonna get
traditions, but we don't have
ostracized.
to listen to him.
You're not going to get killed. I think you're just going to get ostracized from the city.
Out of character knowledge, Sam will already be ostracized.
Yeah, so effectively,
Yeah.
and again, this is partially the story that I have and I'm working to build. I need you guys to be part of the Camria.
Got it. Okay. So then,
Now, that does not mean that you have to,
Agree
you're
with
fully
everything.
independent actors. You can do whatever the hell you want.
no, but I like, so the vibe, so like Summer's on the right tip then, right? So the vibe we're getting is he's like asking us, but he's not really asking us.
He's more telling us, or else.
There's
Pretty
rats in the
much. He's-
sewers, deal with it, or get the hell out of town.
Well,
No,
it's more along the lines of this. It's like, this is your opportunity, and he hasn't necessarily conveyed this very well. This is your opportunity to establish a feeding ground, a home base that within the prince's realm is yours.
Oh, okay.
Not
So that
working
sounds a lot
for-
more appealing.
We
Like,
need someone to
made it sound like
take
we would be
over.
like lackeys for him, essentially.
We
in
get
the
a
Camry
bus
Party.
pass. Is
You
what
will
Yeah,
be
that's
subject
what
to
I
the
thought.
prince. Like it pretend like it's your
It's
estate within
feudalism.
the state.
It's feudalism.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It is
Okay.
entirely
being,
feudalism.
being awarded a parcel of land if we could take it back from the. But who
From
are we
the
taking
power
it back
back.
from?
Yeah,
There's
so
a
we're-
vacuum right now, so we need to
Whoever's
step
there.
in.
Okay, got it.
Doesn't matter.
rooting out
So-
whatever's there.
It might matter. I mean, like to
Doesn't
Terry,
matter.
it might.
That's
Rain,
why.
It doesn't. Like
That's
you
that's.
just
Go
you
ahead.
gave me
And-
job
and
for
Nick,
territory.
Just to make you feel better, I can promise you, as Terry, you would rather be working for the prince.
I mean, like, being honest, I think as Terry, he probably doesn't want to work for any of these people.
True.
But like to Sam's point and Lucas or Jay's point, I think you got to do what you got to do in this instance if you want to do what's right later on. So
Yeah.
Terry's gonna look at Alex and he's just gonna look at what's Sergeant McAsshole's name again? Maxwell Clark.
Maxwell.
He's
Oh.
gonna look at Maxwell and he's gonna say
It's just Clark.
Clark. He's gonna look at Clark and he's gonna say, "All right, Terry's in."
Wait a minute. Why is he Sergeant McAsshole and I'm not Sergeant McAsshole? Actually,
You
I
don't
really
have the title yet.
Understands you.
I'm just
I get a
private
feeling that
asshole.
you're
Terry
Lieutenant
understands
Badass.
You just need therapy and rehab and a little bit of money. And you might be an actual person.
That's a good point. Oh, we'll see.
Well, not anymore, but
Oh yeah, no, I've gotten unlimited dark power. Just like renegade for life.
is Alex
Team 4-star?
Team
black?
4-star.
Yes.
He's like of a Mexican descent.
Okay. Yeah, but Terry will say
Third
Terry's in.
generation Mexican American.
Does Terry talk about themselves in the third person?
Yes, Terry does.
I love it.
Excellent.
I'm using Sin's voice, but I will change it. This is all I got tonight.
No, I'm doing like all sorts of Terry Crews mannerisms. It's fun.
I like it.
I believe that on your escape from the Second Inquisition, you were already provided with firearms. I hope they did not become necessary.
Yeah, we're low on ammo.
Well, should you need it, that can be arranged. What I would suggest is that tonight you make your way back to Ridgemont. Find a convenient place. Find a haven. And watch. I have no doubt that soon, very soon, there will be others moving in. You will not want to use any of the havens that were in use by the prior tenants. They were all tracked and raided. I can give you a line on what I think will make a good safe house. And with the appropriate application of your resources, I believe that you can make it safe and effective. The Prince wants this city to flourish, for kindred and kind alike. Terry, I have some knowledge of your activities before you were embraced. I'm confident that if you can hang on to that, you will succeed in making the borough better for everyone. Now, I believe that Sam wished to speak with their sire, didn't you?
Actually, if you are obviously aware of his whereabouts or there, I'm not going to assume. I would prefer that we get this whole ordeal done before I speak to them.
As you wish. Yes, I can put you in contact with them at a time of your choosing.
I'd appreciate that.
And out of character, do you have a preference as to whether it is a male or female?
Oh no, there's no preference. This I know that this is set in like 2022, so no assumptions. Right? It is.
Oh, like I said, it's completely up to you. Uh, as I was putting these, Allie's world, as she constructed it, was a certain way, and I'm making some changes, obviously, to make it fit into the vampire world. So this is one of those areas where I could alter things as desired.
It's also vampires. They're fluid. They've been around for a long time. Maybe they want to change things up.
Yeah, there's a lot of omni and pan going on here.
I prefer an ohm relationship.
You said something about equipping us with the proper arms and munitions to carry
Yeah.
out this.
So Jay and Alex, you two didn't actually get to play this last week, but effectively you had a very similar experience to what the rest of the crew had, which is that you were broken, or you broke yourselves out of a holding facility. You were collected by someone and taken to that bar, but as you also had an opportunity to feed.
All right.
And after feeding, you had been tracked again and had to basically run away, but you were provided with a handgun to protect yourself and assist in protecting the rest of the group that you were with.
Cool beans.
I think I used larceny to get an extra magazine. And I hold it up like delicately in my fingers.
If each of you is agreeable and wishes to set about establishing your base of operations in Ridgemont, I will see that you are taken there.
Fuck yes.
I will assume that he speaks for the group.
I don't know. They're
Sounds
all fucking
favorable.
weird.
Well, seeing as, we
Give us as
kind of
much.
need a little bit of protection, I guess I'm in.
Do we gotta make our own money, or are you gonna pay us?
You will find access to certain resources once you've established your domain.
We gotta make our own money. All right.
Is money even valuable to our
Oh, money
kind?
is very valuable.
I mean, but is it valuable to the kindred?
Oh, yeah.
Do they actually use
there,
it
there
as?
are plenty of black markets that run on normal funds that we have to use to purchase and move merchandise with the humans.
I'm sorry, the black market.
Oh, yeah. There's dirty deals that are done in back alleys, much like
No.
Rainier is familiar with.
I know what it is, but you're involved in it.
I skimmed finances from some of those people, yeah.
Oh no, I'm not judging. I promise.
I think you will
don't
find
care.
that Jay is correct. There is much that money can do for a kindred. The
Guys and guns.
possession of it is not necessarily of utmost importance to the individual, except for its ability to influence. It provides safer havens, more friends, or allies of convenience. And, well, as one who has seen decades come and go, you will find that it can be, well, let's just say that your bank accounts are likely to grow with a little bit of responsibility.
All right then. To Ridgemont.
Okay.
Is there I'd like to ask him if we have is there anybody we can talk to out there for information?
Indeed, there is. What sort of information are you seeking?
I don't know, just fucking lay down in the area. You say these guys got territory here. They just got blown the fuck up. There's still got to be remnants of them. I just want a guy. I want boots on the. I want a guy on the ground.
Well, in that case, I think I shall send you back to Death Toll. Sphinx has a network of information unrivaled within the city.
All right. That creepy looking dude from the bar.
Yes, indeed.
All right. Well, shit. That works for me.
All right.
Be right back. 1 second.
All right. Well, this is probably a good place to take a short break. So how about we take like a 5-minute break?
All right.
All right.
That's good. Be right back.
All right.
Have you guys thought about like I don't know if anybody's still here about like your little safe space, your little safe haven?
Just a tad, just a bit.
I'm gonna
You?
make mine a crack house.
All right.
Oh,
I'm back.
nice.
What did I miss?
I was asking.
Well,
I asked what you're gonna like if you had any plans for a safe house, because I'm gonna make a crack den because that's a source of food and it's super sketchy and police don't go there.
Well, I wanted to uh um ask a question because I'm doing my advantages, and I figured out that we're supposed to take 7 dots worth of advantages and then take at least 2 flaws, right? And so I wanted to take influence as my background, and I want to have influence in uh Genbaton because that's where I'm from, right?
Sorry, say it again.
So, like with the influence background, it's like basically it's localized, right?
I guess I'm not entirely sure I follow you.
So, advantages,
Yep.
backgrounds.
Okay.
So, the character creation says you take 7 dots worth of advantages, right?
Yes.
And so you could put multiple dots, and that's what makes the things stronger.
Yes.
So, the influence background says
See it.
that
Yeah. Okay.
it applies within one group or region of your city. So if Terry's from the borough, it's going to apply to the borough. Right? Is that how that works?
I will say that yes, but I'm more than willing to sculpt it to more like it's influence with, say, like the poor or the lower working class, whether they live in Ginbatten, which is where most of them end up living, or if they live in Ridgemont.
Okay, cool. And then what I wanted to do was do at least 2 dots so I have influential, so people want to do me favors.
Sure.
And I'm guaranteed a respectful hearing. I don't know what that means, but it sounds good.
Basically, I mean, it kind of is what it is. Like, if you go and you start interacting with anybody in that area or that group of people, even if they disagree with you, they don't like you, they at least give you a respectful hearing. But they're not just going to be like, fuck you, get the hell out.
Right. Cool. That was my question. I'm going to keep choosing things because now I think I understand how this works.
I will say, I would encourage you to hold off from picking too many more. Like, you've already spent 4 dots.
Yeah. It said to spend 7.
It did, but because, like, you guys are literally at, like day 3 of being vampires.
Oh, you're supposed to choose these things like kind of as you go.
I think that would be the most effective way to do it.
Well, I'm just going to do influence then. I'm going to take this other one off.
Well, I mean, I think beautiful works for, I mean, you either are or you aren't, right? So,
Yeah, that's true. That's why I picked it. And
Yeah.
it kind of went with my whole shtick.
yeah, no, totally.
Old
It's just,
Spice.
if you notice, there's an advantage called Haven.
I did. And I was actually going to ask because the character creation said sometimes the storyteller might ask you to reserve some points for Haven.
And exactly, we're sort of working towards, like, if you guys are successful, which,
Got it. Okay.
again,
save
we
some
assume
points
you
for
will
that.
be. But
Got it. Cool. Well, I like those too then. Oh, I know. So I need to choose one more. Oh, no, I need to add the other flaw that I haven't added. Or you put it down here. Never mind. I'm going to stop talking. Go ahead.
So, yeah, if people have had an opportunity and you already have some flaws or advantages in mind, we can go ahead and sort of talk about them a little bit.
Well, I'm an addict. I even
Well-
had that before I had knew it was a flaw, and then I'm like, oh, it's a cool flaw. But I'm confused about the advantage. So if I take it, where'd it go? It's right here. Substance use. You have an addiction to a substance besides blood. Kindred with this merit or flaw seek blood contaminated with that substance drinking from users. Addiction to a specific sort of blood or refusing to drink blood containing a given substance both counts as prey exclusion for the effects
Not that
of
right.
So there's 2 flaws that are associated with substance abuse that you can take if you want. One is the 2 dot flaw, which is hopeless addiction, and then one's the 1 dot flaw, which is just addiction. And then there's the advantage, which is high functioning addict that you can take, which is you add 1 die to any one category of pool, specifically when you choose which substance you use when the last person you fed from was on your drug. So like
So I
you get a
automatically
benefit
get that.
and a flaw.
No.
Oh,
So,
and I get the 2 points?
no. So what you can do,
Okay.
like, again, you are choosing to have your character as an addict.
Mhm.
You can choose the level at which they're addicted. So, if you take
But-
the 1 dot flaw, then if the last person you fed from was not on your drug of choice, then you lose a die from all your dice pools. So basically, it's like you go seeking out that particular type of person to feed on, or it penalizes you.
Yeah, and then like I chose for like my advantage under looks, which is like right above that. I did 2 dots in looks for beautiful. So I add 1 extra die to all appropriate social dice pools.
But why would I want to take the hopeless addict then? What is the bonus for having two
Well,
flaws?
you
It's
have
just a
to take
storytelling thing.
it is, but also as a character, you have to take 2 total dots in some flaw.
Oh, okay.
Not necessarily the same flaw. Like you could do 1 point in addiction and 1 point in something else, but you have to have 2 total points of flaws.
So, question, is that 2 points in addition to the 2 flaws that you get from your feeding thing?
Yes, because not everyone gets a flaw from their feeding.
You get 2, right? Or I get 2 at
Yeah.
least.
I got a choice between 2.
Yeah, because I got Masquerade Breacher and the feeding flaw prey exclusion.
I don't think I got anything
Okay,
like
and then
that.
so then we have to take 2 more
No,
dots
actually,
of flaws.
I will say that if you chose a predator type that included flaws, you don't have to take additional flaws.
Got it. Okay.
Because that is a pretty bad one. Like if you ended up with 4 flaws because you took consensualist, that'd be tough.
Does Sandman have any flaws? I didn't.
No, not all of them do.
Okay.
If you go with a more typical, quote unquote,
Yeah.
typical vampire behavior for feeding,
Okay. Oh, and Terry's has more flaws because he's like, hey,
Because it
I'm a-
goes against the prince, basically.
well, it goes
in
against
a sense.
Masquerade.
exactly,
Yeah, no,
it
exactly.
it makes you more likely to be discovered either by the Camria authorities or the mortal authorities. Either of which
Okay.
can kill you.
Like 3 major groups I'm scared of: the Anarchs, the Camarilla, and the Inquisition.
All
Right.
appropriate.
And then we should like still like adequately, like we can't just like I'm gonna go in the police station and kill everyone. We could still die to like a bunch of like mortals, right?
Yeah, we
absolutely.
can. You can if you take enough damage, you don't die, but you're like rendered incapacitated. And then like the sun comes up and you're dead. Right? It's something
Pretty
like
much.
that.
I mean,
Like you don't die from damage, but like you can't
you don't
do
die
anything.
like
You could be
if someone
decapitated
unloaded
and
an
die.
assault rifle into you. You're not going to
Okay.
die from the bullet wounds. But you
But would that knock me?
may lose so much blood that you go into a state called torpor.
Oh.
And once you're that, you're
Unconsciousness.
basically you're comatose for all intents purposes. You
So
can't
it'd be-
protect yourself. You can't do anything. And if you happen to be outside or in a not completely lightless environment when the sun comes up, yeah, you're dead.
Okay, so we want to stop blood loss from wounds is the big thing, yeah?
Yeah, like you don't want that to happen because like if we don't grab your body and they do, you're a goner.
So bulletproof vest might be um
Maybe. I mean, it
helpful.
depends. We don't
Well-
know how much fighting we're going to be doing.
I'll also say that like you're not going to bleed out exactly. Like you get shot, it's not like your heart's pumping and the blood's just flowing out.
Okay.
So it's you can take enough cumulative damage that it does render you incapacitated.
It's more of like an endurance condition, not losing, health points or whatever. It's you run until exhaustion, and then at that point you're comatose.
Yeah, not that it's going to come into much use here, but there's actually the same sort of thing with extreme cold. Like a vampire could be perfectly fine in the far north in the winter months when there's no sunlight. But if they're not insulated from the cold, their body will freeze and they'll like basically just become a block of ice. Doesn't mean they're dead, doesn't mean they couldn't be reanimated, but if they're like that when the sun comes up,
Then they're dead. Okay.
yep.
Ben, I'm looking at the Osiris feeding thing since you all were talking about that, and it says I get to spend 3 dots between fame and herd backgrounds. Where does that apply?
Nice. So like I'm looking at fame right now. So when you look down at fame, there's a few things, right? So there's infamy and dark secret. And so there's like the two flaws, and then there's you can see like if you do one dot, you can select a subculture who knows who you are and admires you. If you do two dots, you are a local celebrity recognized by the plurality of the city. If you do three dots, most people in the country know your name at least, like you're famous, right? So if you
Okay.
spend three dots in fame, like all positive dots, then you could do that. Or you could be like me and have the flaw, the two dot flaw, that you're a cleaver or a serial breacher of the masquerade.
Gotcha. And then I have another 2 dots between the enemies and mythic flaws. Okay, so I have to look up these charts to figure out what I'm spending those points
Basically.
on. Gotcha. And then it says I get a dot of presence because I'm not a Tremere. Where's presence at?
That's your discipline.
And
Gotcha. So that went to dominate. it
like
looks
for example, Alex is almost certainly going to end up putting some of his dots into resources.
Yeah.
Picking up what the system's laying down. I think I'm getting it.
Yeah, I think I'm just having
Here,
a
back.
trouble finding where these things are, so that way I can understand them.
Yeah, I just finally understood how to read this damn thing. Cool. All right. So, sorry. Mechanics aside, we're getting dropped off in Ridgemont, and then we just have to kind of figure out what's going on. Or there was a there was a contact that we were getting sent to.
Yes. Sorry, I
Sphinx.
just saw Jeremy's perfect
Yeah,
video.
no, that shit made me laugh too.
And yes, you're being sent back to Death Toll and to go talk to Sphinx.
Okay, so is Death Toll like the name of a club?
That was the bar where you spent the
Yeah.
night.
Okay, to talk to Sphinx. Okay, cool.
I can't find this
I
shit.
know this sounds
Where-
weird. What season is it?
Actually, that's a good question.
Season of the Wolf. Oh!
Why, it's early November.
Okay.
Oh.
That means longer nights, right?
way.
It does mean longer nights. That's true. It also means it's cold as fuck. Because it's Pennsylvania.
No,
It's not that bad.
No, it is.
I tell you right now, it's not that bad.
Colder than Arizona.
That's
I would
okay.
beg to differ.
Lucas, is it in the 20s when you wake up?
No, it was actually it was like 68 degrees when I woke up this morning.
You are so lucky.
That's
It was
nice.
like 80 degrees out here today.
Yeah, no, it was humid as fuck.
It was like 30 when I woke up.
Yeah, is it just cold over here right now?
Yeah, you guys are getting a cold spell.
Yesterday I had to play outside in the cold and I couldn't play. I couldn't feel my feet.
Yeah, and she broke her finger.
I didn't. I sprained it.
Is it broken or sprained?
Sprained. I jammed it into
You
the floor
lost it?
again. Yeah, I did.
Hey,
All right.
Hey, Ben, what day is it?
Tuesday.
November 6th, Sunday.
Day 3.
We'll say it's
you're doing
Friday.
Friday.
All right, I can't find this information, so we're gonna RP, and I have a no advantages or flaws.
I mean, it's all on pages like 179.
I'll work on the flaws when I. After the yeah.
God damn you,
I'll
Ben.
go walking in the cold November rain.
Okay, so You're back
Silver
at
Friday.
Time
you're back at
all
death toll,
alone.
and
And that's the song that's on the radio.
Yep. Now, here's the thing. Up to now, you've kind of been escorted around. I mean, you're given a ride back to the bar and everything, but the bar's, it's, I don't know, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock. It's not too late. It's somewhat crowded, which means that there are plenty of normal people in there. And unless, and again, this is an option that you guys have. If you took the advantage, I think it's lifelike.
It's just an ability that we can use.
It's called Blush of
Yeah.
Life.
Yeah.
Blush of Life.
No.
Blush of
Everyone
life.
has that or has the
Right.
ability. But that requires you to actually do something.
Oh.
It
But
does?
yeah, you have
I
to.
thought we just had to make a rouse check.
Yeah, arouse.
Yeah,
That's
that's
what
what
I'm
he
saying.
means.
That's
there's a
fine.
consequence to
Because
doing
things
it.
could go wrong.
Yeah, it has the possibility of making you hungrier by
Oh, okay.
forcing, by
Oh,
basically using the power of your blood to make yourself look more lifelike.
would this be an advantage where like my beautiful looks would distract people from the fact that I'm
Is
undead?
Essentially dead.
Dead body.
is this kind of like old Dracula, where if you're like less hungry, you look more lifelike? Because I have zero
Yes and
hunger,
no.
and because I look sketchy with my baseball cap and my hood, so I'm not even gonna use Blush of Life. I'm just gonna like tuck down my cap a little farther down.
Yeah, I think actually the way it works is that I think it's a combination of your humanity and your generation combined to sort of say how.
Oh, so because we haven't been undead for a long time, we still look human-ish.
Yeah, you look like you're ill. Like without doing the rouse, the flush of life or blush of life, or whatever it's called, then you look pretty sick. Like, let's say late stage cancer patient kind of sick.
No.
What if I'm dressed like a junkie and I look like this? Would I just look like a junkie?
Yeah, you would look like a pretty bad off junkie.
Okay, then I'm just gonna like not use Blush of Life and just look like a junkie.
And again, that's fine, but that will have some impact in certain situations. Just so you know.
Understandable. But right now I'm in a crowded bar. I don't care.
Okay, that works. Okay, but if anybody else would like to appear more lifelike, then you're free to rouse yourselves.
No, I don't think any
I'll
amount
only
of
do it if
lifelike-
like it's necessary. Like if we can just avoid talking to people, then I won't do it.
I'm not worried about looking human-like for Sphinx the Nosferatu.
Yeah, I kind of look like a monster, so I don't think any amount of blood would wipe that away. So he's going to put up a little hood.
And that's totally fine. I will say that I think it's actually in the rules, basically, that if you don't use Blush of Life, hunting, if you are trying to interact with a human as a target, like that is
More
substantially
difficult.
harder if you haven't done that.
Right,
Makes
but we're
sense.
gonna go talk to a vampire.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
We also have the opportunity to see
Sorry,
it.
excuse me, a kindred.
Wait, that's actually a really good point. We might not want to look like a bunch of vampires walking to a bar, especially when we just learned about a bunch of raids against vampires who didn't take care to hide themselves.
You tossed
And
your
even-
cell phone.
Go ahead.
You all tossed your cell phones, right?
Nope.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we
I
even had cell phones to begin with when we woke up there.
We didn't, but they gave us the burner phone to contact the driver, and we
Mhm.
broke that in the limo.
Yeah, so we're off the grid. Kind of.
So we're coming into death toll. Does it look like there's humans around?
Oh yeah, it's fairly crowded. It's kind of a dive bar sort of feel, but it's reasonably crowded.
I'm fairly aware, and so Jay will straighten up. Normally they walked sort of hunched and keep their eyes away from people, but he's getting the vibe from the room that he needs to play along. So he's gonna stand up straight and just pull out a phone and just start clicking on it like he's texting, but he's not actually sending anything. And he's gonna try to act jovial with people around, maybe the group that's walking in.
Okay, is this a real phone?
It is a real phone, yes.
All right.
Oh,
but
if we use Blush of Life, we can eat and drink.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
You can
dope.
eat and drink. You can pass a physical exam as long as it's not too extensive. Obviously, like they can't get any gut flora or anything.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
that's dope.
in this case, you could blend in better because you could actually get a drink.
That's why Ben asked me if I was actually eating the candy bar earlier. Otherwise, I would have gotten very sick.
I tried to swallow pills and drink Jack, or no, was it? Yeah, no, it's Jack Daniels and just puked everywhere.
Because you hadn't flushed of life.
So I've got a 3 in
Okay.
tech. Is there something I can do after finding out that vampires were being tracked to eliminate at least a little bit of the like the Facebook tagging and geo tracking and stuff like that on the phone? So I can still use it when I want to act it, like connect to local networks.
I will say with some time and some resources, you can do something like that. You can basically make yourself a pseudo off the grid phone.
Okay. So for right now, he's on airplane mode. This is in relative recent time, so he's going to have it out and on airplane mode, so things are still happening on the screen, and it's shining in his face, but nothing is actually being sent out.
I can live with that. Although I will say that you're smart enough and your technology experience lets you know that should you ever lose that phone, if anyone had a reason to try to use it, airplane mode doesn't disable the storage of data.
Correct.
So you're still running a risk. But
Yes.
Anyway.
Yeah. That's his jam, and that's the risk I'm going to take.
so anyone who's going to make their blush of life check, please go ahead and do so.
All right. Blush of
Okay,
life check.
I'm gonna go ahead and do it, and because I have humanity 8, I get to roll 2 dice for my rouse check to use Blush of Life and take the highest result.
Good for you.
Is that like a rule
Oh,
for
yeah.
everyone, or is that just a special ability for you?
It's the rules for humanity. That's what I'm looking
There's
at.
a lot of rules, and I'm trying to find them all. I'm
And
sorry.
it's page 237, and yeah. So because I have slightly higher humanity, it's easier for me to blush of life. That's
237.
cool.
Thank you.
And it allows me to digest and taste wine. Interesting. And I can rise from day sleep up to an hour before sunset if I wish. What does that mean? Oh, I can get up earlier than everyone
Yes.
else. Oh, I can
Now-
twilight it. I could
Well-
I could go out at like kind of like right after the sun goes down.
So, again, any direct sun rays are going to be extremely hazardous for you. But generally, when you're like a lower humanity vampire, when they're sleeping, they're just out and completely non-responsive during that sleep time.
Mm-hmm.
What this means is that basically in a sun-protected area, you could get up an hour earlier and be doing stuff.
Interesting. Okay.
Not necessarily, you couldn't go out in the sunlight, but you could be doing stuff.
Okay, so
I
oh, how do I add dice to a rouse check? Or do I just roll twice?
Yeah, just roll twice.
Okay. So then the one that succeeded.
Oh God, I succeeded. Ah,
Cool. Oh wait.
Okay.
Wait. I need to take that hunger off.
Yeah,
that
if it
just
gave you a
added.
hunger, take it off.
Okay. Got it. Okay. Cool. So I was successful. Cool. This is cool. We're learning.
I don't know if it gave me a hunger or not. I'm at 2 now.
No, if you succeeded, you're fine.
Oh, because he rolled twice, it would have. Gotcha.
All right. Blush of life it is.
Okay. So, those of you who wish to mingle, feel free. And Charles, since you decided you're not going to be doing that, you're just kind of, pulling your hood up and moving through, then we do need to figure out what your deformity is.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but oh no.
You basically just go up to the bar, and Sphinx is not the one tending the bar, but you see the same bartender who came and got you from the dormitory this morning or this evening, and you're able to kind of just ask, hey, we were sent. I think Sphinx is expecting us. He nods, and he passes you a drink to hold, and then he goes into the back for a minute. And when he comes back out, he gives you a second drink and sets this on a coaster and like slides the coaster and the drink over to you.
Okay, thank you. Can I drink that? I kind of new to this.
Is
Do I drink?
Terry next to them?
If you'd like to be.
Sure. Terry's like gonna pick up the drink and look at the coaster.
Ooh, hidden message on the coaster.
The coaster on the front doesn't. It's just a regular coaster, but we'll say that if you're looking at if you get the hint and you look at the coaster and you can like pick it up and flip it over,
Yeah, exactly.
it basically says, wait 15, then downstairs.
Terry's just gonna hand it to Charlie, and then are the drinks wine?
One looks more like a Jack and Coke, and the other is a deep red wine.
Terry will take the wine.
Class.
Oh, wait.
That's hardcore, Terry.
I mean, Terry can, as somebody with humanity 8 using the blush of life, it allows me to digest and taste wine. So Terry is going to enjoy a little piece of humanity.
Good for you.
I'm going low calorie. I'm gonna have a club soda with lime.
It tastes like shit.
I know.
I would like to.
It does on a regular day, Nick.
I kind of just want to stand behind Terry, but since I have the obfuscate,
Obfuscate.
discipline, just kind of just stand behind Terry because he's a bigger man, so like I
Terry's
know
a big man.
I know it sounds weird, so if I like step behind him and just stand still, I'm not noticed, and I'm just gonna kind of stand there and I'm gonna take a look out on the patrons.
Oh, do
Yeah.
you and Charlie both disappear?
I disappear when I stop moving. Yeah.
Yes. Oh, we're disappearing buddies.
Disappearing
Yay.
buddies.
Where'd we go? We just stand in the corner.
Nothing
No one
strange
knows we're
about
there.
that.
Yeah, and again, like, obviously you're still visible. Like, you don't turn invisible. It's just people cease to notice you.
Okay, that's cooler
You-
somehow.
Yeah, that's awesome. I want that ability.
Screw up their perception.
I got it through the way I eat people. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to
Yeah.
figure out if I get cool stuff for these my feeding things. So I'm trying to figure that out.
So you guys mingle, those of you who choose to mingle, mingle for a little bit, and then Terry kind of goes around and tells everybody, "He's like, hey, about 3 minutes, follow me into the back."
Yeah, that's exactly what I say.
And Terry, we'll say Terry and Charles head back there first. And then a couple of minutes later, Alex and then Sam, Rain, each of you, again, not kind of as a group, you just each sort of make your way back there. And
Can I make a
yeah,
check and be the last person in? But I kind of just want to watch the crowd while I'm standing still and no one's noticing me, just to see if there's anyone who actually does notice me and they're kind of watching me.
go ahead and make me,
Awareness?
yeah, awareness and, ooh, let's see. I'll make it composure. Okay. You've sort of made your way over to a wall where, there's not just like this sort of empty spot in the middle of the room no one seems to be occupying. Because that feels like it'd be a little more natural. And you don't get the impression that anyone is paying any attention to you, but you do see that the bartender looks over every once in a while and seems to notice you.
Okay, with that, I'm gonna head into the back and follow Terry. And said, well, he should notice me.
Yeah, once you start moving, like people can see you again. It's really only as you're still and trying to sort of fade that you do. But yeah, so everybody makes their way to the back, and you basically have walked past like the bathrooms. There's like a staff door, and it was cracked open for Terry and for Charles, and that's the way you came up from the basement before, and so you head back down there again. And this time, instead of going to the room with the cots, you head past that room and into an office. And there's, a couch and some chairs scattered around. And inside, once again, you see Sphinx.
Shoot him!
So, yes, what can I do for you? Clark said you wished information. What kind of information?
Yeah, we wanted to know about what's going on in Ridgemont.
Ah, yes. I'm not surprised. There has been much trouble there. You, perhaps do not know, although I suspect that, Charles here. Do you want to be known by Charlie?
No, actually, I have a Charlie bit of an asshole as a postmaster, so, Charles is good.
Ah, okay. Well, Charles, I suspect you have already begun to find that if you wish to be unnoticed, you can do so, at least in most circumstances. That sort of ability comes in, well, it's very useful for one trying to gather information.
Oh,
I
of
have-
course,
No, go ahead.
yeah, no, I totally get it, trying to blend in and everything. I just didn't see the use for it if I was talking to, someone like me. So, why bother,
Well, even amongst our kind, you will be difficult to observe should you wish to be unobserved. It has its advantages. One of which is it makes it easier to gather information. Did we just lose Charlie?
No.
Oh,
Oh.
okay. You disappeared from roll
Charlie
20, so I
was
wasn't
in
sure.
deep thought.
I was, yes.
Anyway, the information I can give you is this. Ridgemont has been a site of some conflict for some time. The Anarchs, led by A. Sokolov, are making a move, pushing out the Camria. They didn't start too many fights, so the prince didn't go in for the retribution. I suspect, although I cannot prove it, that he may have some sort of arrangement. Well, perhaps not. It's hard to say. Regardless, Ace was trying to establish a new foothold, bringing with him the sex trafficking, the drugs, the violence that have become all too familiar. But he wasn't smart.
Harry makes a really angry face.
Yes. I know that your background is in Ginbatten. You've seen what they do. You've seen how they run. That's what Ace was bringing with him. Not many know this outside kindred circles. But it's not truly the Russian mob that's in charge of Ginbatten. It's Zaitsev. He's the one who controls the mob. Most of the lieutenants, most of the higher-ups are his. Either his blood slaves or his children. That's what Ace was. Regardless, that's a different topic for a different time. The trouble that Ace stirred up attracted the Second Inquisition. Over the last couple of days, as they made their move, I was able to track down where their base of operations was. At least in Ridgebot. Sorry. Got my boroughs messed up. At least in Ridgemont. And here's another thing that I've been able to find. While we no longer participate in the, in the hacking and the internet the way we used to, we still have to monitor things. It's got to be done carefully. But I was able to pull this. And on a screen that he turns around to show you, he hits play on a video. And it's two side-by-side views. One, 4 of you recognize as the holding pen where you woke up. The other is of the other 2 in a similar holding pen. It only plays for a minute or 2, but it's more than enough time to see each of your faces clearly shown on the videos. As he's showing them to you, he says, "Here's your problem. You're now, well, the Second Inquisition already had you once. They've still got this. We were able to scrape it, get it here. If you don't get this back, if you don't get this eliminated, you'll never be free of them. They'll have you in the databases, scanning and scraping video cameras around the city. It'll be impossible for you to survive here or anywhere else.
So how do we get it back?
This was a fragment that we caught from a courier. I don't believe they've had an opportunity. They've been too busy doing other things to share this information yet. If you get to their base of operations, I'm confident you can wipe the memory. Clear this video. Make it like it never happened. That's your first stop, at least if you're smart, in Ridgemont. Clear this
I
base.
want to do that.
Take care of anyone else who's there. And then establish yourself in a haven. Clark gave me this address. And he passes you a sheet of paper.
I'm sorry, I'm back.
I'm glad you're back. Shit's going down.
Yeah, no, shit. I want to ask questions, but I have a feeling Lena just got home with groceries, so I was helping her move stuff in. But
That's no problem.
What kind of a husband are you?
We've been made. We got video evidence of us. We got.
I heard that part.
Yes.
okay,
Well, you
I'm-
guys remember you saw cameras at the holding cell.
Yeah.
Yeah, we noticed them.
I am curious about who runs the drug trade in the hell's the name?
Ivan,
In
The
Baton
Ivan
or
Zaitsev.
Ridgemont.
Okay.
And yeah,
That's
he
who I want
runs
to talk
the
to.
Russian mob, basically.
That's who
Oh,
we're trying to
Mob.
take out,
It's
right?
the vampire mob.
Yeah.
Oh, so now we switch sides. You guys don't want to work with this guy? And I'm like, hey, let's hear about.
Yeah, Ben was like, hey, I kind of need you guys to not work with this guy.
Well, I don't honestly, Rain doesn't necessarily want to work with him as much as take over his
I mean, if
business.
we're supposed to like kill him, right?
No, we are supposed
No?
to just secure a
Just
small
take
section
over
of
his area.
We're
No, no, no,
securing
no, no.
Ridgemont, which has a power vacuum.
Yes.
Yes.
Isn't he in charge of Ridgemont?
No, he's in charge. Well, I mean, no. So Ivan Zaitsev is in the leader of Gen Bottom.
So who are we going
Baton.
after?
nobody.
We're not going after anyone specifically. We are trying to secure territory in the area of Ridgemont.
So pretty much, we're just heading out there to set up our bases and be like, this is ours.
This
These
is
are
our
Yeah,
houses.
we're putting our flag
Off.
there before someone else can.
Yeah.
Hmm. And we have
the,
to have like an actual show of power to show we mean business.
the straightforward answer to your question is that, and you've been told this in story terms. Another vampire who was one of the children of Ivan Zaitsev had started expanding into Ridgemont. And at this point, you have no idea what the relationship between them might have been.
We're trying to
Okay.
grab this piece before he
was-
can take everything.
He was killed by the Second Inquisition in all these raids they've just done. And according to what Clark told you, he's the reason that the raids occurred in the first place.
Okay, got it. I interpreted it as we are taking down Ivan Zaitsev.
No,
That's the way that it was worded. It made it sound like.
Yeah, so there's two factions, and there's a free space up for grabs by either faction, and we're trying to get in there.
And the prince is like, if you get in there good, you can have it. But as long as you do it in mine.
You get a free bus pass, a meal ticket on our turf, kind of thing.
Pretty much.
Okay, that part I got. I just wasn't sure exactly what we were doing. Like,
Yeah,
are we
we're
killing
trying to
somebody because one of the traditions is that we can't kill other vampires?
Yeah,
Unless
and
we
that's
get
one
a-
of the things is like only the prince, as the ruler of this territory, can pronounce a death sentence on anyone. And he's not asking you to kill anybody else. He's just asking you to establish control of this territory before.
Okay, I thought we were killing people.
I agree. We got
I don't.
agree with
I
Ryan.
don't know.
We got to put our flag on it.
I mean, we are going to go kill people. We're going to go kill Second Inquisition people.
I don't know
That's
if
what we're gonna do because, like, we also what we also have to do. What he was saying is we gotta go to the second
No.
position.
The rest of it I get. I just wasn't sure what what were we were like our main goal was.
Is to establish a haven.
Okay.
That is our goal. Is to
Our
establish a
safe
haven in Ridgemont.
We need a headquarters.
It's like Saints Row. You got to get a house before you can start robbing everybody.
Before you can
And
start
yes,
taking control of the other
Prince
districts.
Exactly. It's
is
like a turf war.
gender neutral term.
We're caught between
So
the red and the
Prince
blue
never
right now.
died?
We gotta make some purple.
He just got turned into a vampire?
Oh god, I
No,
would
he's
work
the
for him.
vampire formerly known as Prince.
He became
there we
Jet.
go. Oh, he faked his death. Oh, good for him.
Crimson Rain is his new album.
So then, is there anything else we need to know, Sphinx?
I don't know
No.
from Sphinx, but I need to get rid of that videotape because I'm infamous.
Well, that's basically what he just told you. He basically said, we got this from one of the members that they killed. And you definitely need to get back to that place and get rid of it, or you'll never be safe.
Well, we better not waste any more time. So let's get going.
So a little less inclined to talk to that Ivan now, are we?
I mean,
Or
I
you
want to
still
talk
think
to
we
him.
should go ask Ivan if this is a good idea if we move in on his potential territory?
We'll talk to Ivan about
Terry's
other
gonna
things.
step to Alex and be like, "You got a problem with me, man?"
Just some of your logical tracks of reasoning.
Look, man, at least I ask questions about what I'm doing instead of licking someone's boot.
Sometimes it's about knowing whose boot to lick when.
Sometimes it's about knowing yourself. Knowledge of self is what's gonna get me through this. Do you know anything about yourself?
I know how to survive through this. If anything, I'm a survivor.
Do we have wheels?
You do.
I have some experience driving.
I don't know how to drive.
I've been in a few hot pursuits in my time.
Whose wheels do we have? Like, I know we might have a ride there, but do we actually have a car ourselves?
No.
Actually, yes. Basically, as you left Glow, you were given keys to a vehicle, basically a Suburban. It's big enough for all of you to ride in, and it was given with the prince's compliments.
Ho ho ho!
I want to say Jay has the keys.
Mechanically, I have a drive of 1, so I've done
That's several car chases?
several car chases.
I have a drive of 1.
I also have a drive of 1.
I'm just trying to get in the role play, saying that I can drive.
Jay, you can drive. I'm fine with it. It's all the same to me.
I
prefer
can't
to be
drive.
I've been in jail for the past, like, 14 years, and I'm 27. I don't know how to drive.
I would like you in the front seat.
Me?
All right, let's roll out.
Yeah, if somebody's gonna do dumb shit, I want them right next to me.
Yeah.
Ridge Bottom.
Yeah. Jay will
No,
take
now you're
his
getting
whip and
confused.
move
That's why I keep almost saying Ridge Bottom. It's not Ridge Bottom. It's Ridgemont.
Bottom.
it. You don't want to go to the Ridge Bottom Exchange?
We're going to
That's
take
just-
those.
There isn't a gnome wizard in this world.
There's gonna be. Fuck this shit.
Are there werewolves? If there's vampires?
There absolutely are.
How fairy tale is this?
Yeah.
And there's mages too.
Oh,
There
yeah,
are.
true.
I could have gotten a point in that for my feeding habits, but
Although I will
was so wrong.
definitely say that You don't want to be messing around with werewolves.
Oh,
Werewolves,
I doubt that we would.
werewolves and vampires are not fans of each other in this world.
Or like swear wolves.
Even the more like
Yes.
even the more like bestial clans.
Gangrel and werewolves are about as close as you can get to. This is more like.
Frenemies.
Let's see, what would be a good comparison? It'd be kind of like India and Pakistan.
Mm.
You know,
We're sending like
They're at war but if somebody comes in, they both attack the person coming in.
no, more like they would happily see the
Yeah.
other one dead, but they can at least pretend to be, nice if circumstances dictate it. And
Are
that's
they
only
both-
like that's only the ones that are closest to each other. Like generally in this, and again, you don't know.
I
this
was
yet as
going to say
characters.
they were created by the British Empire.
Anyway. Okay, so who's driving?
Jay is
Jay.
driving.
All right, Jay. Go ahead and make me a drive check.
Oh God, you're all gonna die. Watch out.
And we're going to do this. Well, first tell me how you would like to try to arrive at this location.
Is there a world where I could lift somebody else's phone to get a GPS map of where we're going and use technology for that, and then ditch the phone once I know the route?
we're in a bar.
Yeah, I'd say there's definitely a way you could pick somebody's pocket.
All right. Can I run a larceny to get a phone and then whatever roll after that?
Yeah, make me a dexterity and larceny check. And I'll say that people are distracted. It's a bar. You just need one success to manage to pocket somebody's phone without them noticing.
I got one success.
All right. So you manage to swipe a phone, but what happens is that because you got a messy critical,
No.
what happens is that you have swiped the phone with somebody who's a little too drunk, and you get out of range and no one saw you do it, but dude turns around, notices his phone's gone, and starts basically starting a ruckus. He turns around and picks the person behind him and accuses them of having stolen the phone, and they get in an arguing match. And you think if you stick around, you're likely to get drawn into a potential fight.
Yeah. I'll use my 2 stealth to try to dip out, try to get everyone to follow through. And if we can get out without participating in the ruckus, then I will use technology to get the map and then drive us, remembering where that map was.
Okay. And it's a phone. It has GPS. You don't need, or it has Google Maps. You don't have to worry about a technology roll.
Perfect. Yeah. So I'll use their phone, and then once we get close enough, I'll ditch the phone and then continue going.
Okay. So, the next question is: you've got your map. You know the location. You know where you're going to drive. Do you attempt to drive stealthily, or do you attempt to get there in a hurry? Are basically, do you guys want to do this as a pull up and rush in, or what?
Drive by once or twice, scout things out, see what we're walking into.
Yeah. I've got an okay insight. Does anybody want to come forward with what they're good at? Like discuss tactics, because we've just done some conversations and now we're getting into a hostile takeover. And so Jay's like, I'm not the greatest at this. what are we doing? Who can do what? What? Who's in charge?
We need to set up a house for tonight for somewhere to sleep in. So the first goal should be finding somewhere to sleep in tonight.
Well,
We
He,
can drive around.
I think what Sphinx was also saying was that we need to take care of this like right now, before they have a chance to do anything with it. So hitting them
we're
right
gonna be-
now would be the biggest surprise.
We're sleeping in Ridgemont tonight.
Okay, so
Tomorrow, I suppose.
Where
we-
are we sleeping in Ridgemont?
we
We
were
move
given
in-
an address for a safe house.
okay.
So
we
we
can drive
could
around and find that, and then figure out where else we have to go.
we could also half of us secure the safe house. Those of us who actually know how to use guns can go get the footage and delete it.
Is anybody proficient with
I
footage?
think I can get us a safe house by myself. It's gonna be sketchy, and you're gonna sleep on the ground. But I think
We
I
were
can get
given.
us a sketch house.
Sorry, Jeremy.
we have a location.
We have a
Oh,
location. We
my
were
bad.
given
I'm
one.
sorry.
The location that we have to secure is
How-
that of the place with the recording, correct?
Right, it's
Well-
the Second Inquisition place.
Right.
Oh hell yeah! 2 birds, 1 stone. Let's go. My bad for misunderstanding.
I have a larceny of 3, but my technology is only 1, and my science is 0.
Shit, I also have a larceny of 3.
I would like to remind everyone, you were not good people.
No, Terry's got a past, yo.
Oh yeah, no, not
Oh,
good.
Oh yeah.
I have
He's
done
done
a
a
lot of
bit.
terrible things.
Don't forget, Terry's done a bid. Like, Terry's not, he's turned his life around now.
Morals are for rich people.
Ben, I put it in the advantages, but I per the feeding thing, I get 3 points. I put it in infamy. People around the country know who I am, so my handle is Bishop.
Oh, that's dope.
I am quite proficient in technology, so if you two can get us in, I should be able to get whatever is on that hard drive off.
All right. So, Sam, are you in or out?
For what exactly? I can't.
The
I can
raid-
shoot a gun. I can't. I don't have any technological knowledge.
No,
it's
that's
more
okay.
of a cult.
Are you in
type
for
of
the raid?
knowledge. I mean, I still think it would be a good idea to have some of us go to the safe house that Clark gave us and make sure it's secure, and then we can hold it down. You know, as we're going into unfamiliar territory. You don't want to go in blind.
I agree. We should have an exit plan and have a route secured. I don't mind that.
All right. And so, Rain, you're good with going in?
I'm good with going in.
All right.
I can keep the engine running and provide reinforcements if anyone starts to poke around from the outside.
That's a
keep
good
an eye on
idea. And then Jay is going to do that. Okay, Charles, what do you want to do?
I've been in a lot of sticky situations. I'll be able to help out.
Yeah, handling middle schoolers is very sticky. I'm sure that's going to be fine.
All right.
Okay, look here. I might be a middle school teacher, but middle school teachers don't make a lot to eat, if you know what, catch my drift. So I had to do a lot of extracurricular activities. So I don't need that attitude, okay?
I know.
need
I
you to
paid
put
for
that
all their
in-
lunches for the last year. All right,
No.
let's go. So we got we got
We're gonna
Summer
drop-
going by themselves.
We're going to
Yeah,
drop Sam
basically
off
Sam
at the
going by
safe
herself to secure the safe house.
No, I don't like that. You know what?
Oh,
I'll
she'll be
go with
fine.
Sam. I'll go with Sam.
I would like to remind that Sam has been in 2 tours in Iraq, so
Sam's a badass.
Okay.
I suddenly feel a little bit better about letting Sam go.
although not for the army part, it was for getting artifacts and other things. She was basically
Alright.
a grave robber.
How
in the
how
military.
are you with a gun?
Aw.
Then I'm right back to the same
Sam's
skepticism
good
level.
with a gun.
No. No, let's be clear about this. Sam was in the military. She just went over there primarily for other reasons.
Yes.
You
Sam
still had
knows how to
training.
Mhm. She still knows how.
shoot a gun.
I have three little dots in firearm.
Sam's
Which
gonna
means
be
all the
fine.
good loot will
She's a
already
better
be
shot
gone
than
by the
most
time
all
we
of you
get
guys
there.
are. Jay also has a 3 in firearms.
I'm 2.
I got a 1.
One
I
as
am
well.
tech. I am tech. I'm good with a gun and technology.
I'm great with finance.
Sam's good
Hey!
at shooting things and talking. That's all she's good at.
I'm also very persuasive, and I can fight a strong.
I'm very
brawl.
sneaky.
I like
Okay,
dropping.
so what I heard was
Sam.
Sam and Alex going to the safe house.
Yes.
No, so
Or,
Sam's
no, sorry.
going to the
Sam.
safe
No,
house.
Alex
Sam
is
and
the getaway
Charles.
driver.
Is the getaway driver.
Okay.
Charles, Jay, Rain, and Terry are gonna go.
It's
Kick some ass.
1 in 4, right?
So
Is that what we're
Sam's
doing?
basically going lone wolf.
Yeah,
Okay, no,
yeah.
that works.
We're just
All right.
splitting the party in 2.
1 in
essentially.
5. 1 in 5. That's what we're doing.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll start with Sam.
Yeah, Jay will drop Sam off like a block back, and then continue us on to the location that we got to get to.
Actually, give me like 2
And
minutes. to
that's
get back.
good too, because since we drove past it, we all know where it is in case we get separated.
Right.
Yeah,
Right, they could even-
know what it looks like.
Set up a password before you go, because you're going to be letting people in.
Yeah, true. Pistachio.
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 No one has pistachio in the projects, so that works.
It's true. The very
You can't afford those nuts.
pistachios are very expensive.
Yeah.
All right.
If someone walked up to Sam and be like, "You want pistachios?" She'd be like, "You don't have pistachios."
Like, bitch, will you get an ice cream?
All right. Be safe there. All right.
Yep. Oh, keep the fort held down. In fact, they could even like tail her a little bit in the car to see exactly where it is.
Oh yeah, yeah. We'll definitely lights
Keep
out.
an eye on you until you get in the door, at least.
So Ryan, Alex is gonna take over driving.
I can for like the drop off.
Yeah, drop off. We can do a quick driver swap. That way, I'm ready to go with the assault team. Go
We can
get this
swap as we're
data.
dropping off Sam.
Probably want to take the car just a little bit away, so that way it's hiding in an alley or something.
Parked at somewhere at a nearby stop sign where I have line of sight to the front of the place in case things start getting suspicious.
I love this game. This is fun. I don't know the mechanics, but it's fun.
Yeah, this shit's about to get brutal, I think. All right, so can we do a drive-by, like a slow drive-by of the place before we just go busting in?
I think we're still waiting for Ben to come back.
Yeah, Ben.
Damn it.
BRB'd.
I would like you guys to drop me off, and I kind of just want to look like a homeless guy walking up to the building.
Overwatch?
I think you should be able to accomplish that very easily.
Well, maybe it's because I am a homeless guy walking up to the building.
Well,
I see you're proficient with that.
we take some
That's
back
my
alleys.
secret
You got
gap.
proficiency in dumpster camouflage?
I mean, if you think about a dumpster, should be a decent place to hide, just under
It's
some
just an
trash
armored
bags.
vehicle, right?
But you just got to make sure it's not trash day.
That's somebody's
Hey,
home.
Yeah, mine, motherfucker.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, I did actually forget earlier that we are indeed bad people, because I almost pulled like a Rafal move and almost said, maybe we don't steal from people and just ask.
No, I want this information purged so that way I can continue stealing for people.
But then I remembered, we're not good people. We don't have to ask.
Not from these people. They've murdered like 3/4 of like our sires, or at least 2.
I miss my sire.
I don't necessarily miss mine, but
I
like
can be your sire.
I don't remember mine. I
Carrie
think.
doesn't need a sire.
Mine was like a half wolf lady in the middle of the woods.
Oh,
Oh
dang.
shit!
Nice.
Sorry, I'm back.
No, she was hot, and then we like had fun stuff.
Yeah,
And
hey,
then...
be careful! They come in through your windows in the middle of the night and want to talk to you.
All right, so we wanted to do a. Oh wait, we're doing Sam first. Never mind.
Yep.
So we're doing Sam, and then I think Rain wanted to jump out like a couple of buildings or a block away from the final location. So we're gonna do like 3 separate groups.
All right. So, Sam, as they drive by and let you out, what you've realized is that the address they gave you is for like an old deli, and it's been shut down, like it's boarded up. Looks like it's probably been closed for a couple of years. But as you kind of take a look around, you see that there is access to like basically a basement delivery area. And you go down there and you don't have any trouble like getting the door open. It appears like it's locked,
Mm-hmm.
but when you go and you like pull the lock, it actually doesn't hold. Like it will stay, engaged, and it looks locked, but it's not.
Okay. Before she goes in, though, is there any like people in the immediate area around the building?
No one that
Like
you
even like anyone
anyone.
just kind of
Yeah.
wandering around?
I mean, you see some people walking like down the street, and there's a little bit of traffic, but you're able to time it in such a way that no one sees you go down there.
Okay.
And as you open the door and go inside, and I assume you're using your heightened senses.
Yeah, she'll use her heightened senses and she'll have her gun drawn, basically clearing every room.
Got it. So there is like a storage area in the basement. Again, it's pretty empty. Like whenever they shut the deli down, they actually did kind of take care of things. But it does have kind of a cold room, or what looks like it should be a cold room down there. And you also notice that like it seems to be connected through the basement to the building next door. But as you look, like you're clearing that room, you don't see any access from the building above it to this basement area.
Was she able to note what the building next door is?
Looks like just an apartment building.
But there's basement access to it.
Yeah, like from where you are, like from the deli, there's a door that goes to the basement, but there are no entryways that you're able to find from the apartment building into the basement.
Got you. Okay.
And so you suspect that the original construction was such that like this, deli area was intended to be part of like the building, like the apartment building setup. And that was also going to be kind of like maintenance access and those sorts of things, storage for the apartment building. And so it's actually a fairly large basement area. And you can tell that it's actually got like 2 levels of basement. Like, I mean,
Oh, wow.
well, in a New York style setting, like having dug down is often easier than building up.
Okay.
And so, this is you think that with a little bit of time and a little bit of resources, you could make this into a safe and effective haven for several people.
Okay. Was there anything like left behind in this deli
If you
of note?
As you look around, the only thing that you find is like whoever shut it down basically like took a knife and stuck their eviction notice to the counter.
Mm.
But That's about all you find.
All right, and the building's like clear, nothing amiss.
Nothing amiss.
Does the door actually lock that she came in through? Like, does
You
it stay locked?
you could make it like you can lock it from the inside. That's not a problem. It was the exterior lock that you found had been either tampered with or left to give the appearance of being locked.
Okay. And there's no other easily accessible entrances to this deli?
There is a main entry at the deli, and then there's an access from the deli itself to the basement without having to go around to like the delivery entrance.
Okay.
So it's like a little small narrow stairway, but that would be easily dealt with.
Okay. So yeah, she'll basically make sure anything that can be locked is locked. You said the front was boarded up, right?
Yes.
So don't have to worry about that door, really. So yeah, she'll make sure like any door that can lock is locked, even if it's like boarded up. And then she'll take up a post like right at that door she came through and just wait.
All right. And now back to the rest of the group. You're driving down the street. You
Rain, why don't you stick with us for at least the drive-by for the information first?
Okay, I was gonna just like stand across the street and just kind of post up on a like building corner in the shadows and just use my discipline to just kind of watch.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
you can still do
we'll
that. But
we'll
let
do
us
a
start-
drive-by,
let's
make sure it's
start
clear, and then
first
drop you off.
once.
Drop
Yeah,
you
let's
off on the
like take a
second
look
move.
at it first.
Okay.
As you're making your first pass of the building, you notice that this is in a more industrial setting, industrial part of the neighborhood. And it looks like they've taken up residence in a small, like 2-story office building, semi-attached to a shutdown factory. You see a couple of cars, like a white van that at least some of you recognize. That looks to have taken a couple of bullet hits. And you see it parked sort of around the back of this building as you're circling around. That's basically all you can
Simple
pick
enough.
up from the drive.
2 stories. Any of you ever do anything like this before?
Once or
Yeah.
twice.
Unfortunately, a little bit.
A lot of fun. Good times.
I've done
We
it a
should-
couple of times in VR.
We should disable their vehicles so they can't get away if they go for the run.
Alex, can you take care of the tires?
Anybody got a knife?
Don't you have like superhuman claws or something?
That's
Do
going to be
I
a
have
whole
superhuman
lot louder.
claws?
I don't know. How do vampires work?
I'm pretty
Oh,
sure
do
you
I
have
have?
like, a bite attack or something. Like,
Yes,
I don't know.
you-
Who's superhuman? I don't know. Who has those abilities?
You're all superhuman.
I'll take care of the van.
I keep forgetting that, like, we're kind of badasses.
You can rip
We
out
could
the
do
brake
stuff if
lines,
we
too.
want to.
all right, Rain. You sure you want to just stand out here? You don't want to go in?
What? No, we already scouted it. I want to go in.
All right.
I'm not gonna miss this.
All right, Alex, whip around, and then let's just. I think we should just go in blazing, right?
Is there?
Oh,
So this
God,
is a
yes.
2-story building, right? Is there any kind of access to the second story?
Can we spider climb?
I was gonna. If you guys are gonna go in blazing, I got a pretty decent stealth.
I mean, I can
I like
jump.
s-
Yeah.
I can also stealth. I got
like
one
stealth.
too.
All right, we could park and then stealth it.
Hell yeah.
I wasn't sure if we want to do 2-prong, one cause a ruckus and another group stealth in, try to just get the information.
Wait,
I
can we
also
just
have a-
burn this place down?
No, we have to get a copy of this information.
Ah, fuck. Okay.
We got to make sure.
You can burn it down after.
Yeah, oh, yes. No,
But-
do we?
We
Fire,
can.
fire department? Like, do
but
we
yeah,
want that
let's-
heat?
Let's stealth. Why are you flipping through my sheet, Ben?
Just looking at things.
Yeah, we could stealth in, and then like let's just try to break in, like classic, like just break in. Let's rob the place.
Smash and
I
grab.
have my character sheet says I don't know how, but like my starter character sheet says I have 8 dice for lockpicking.
Let's fucking go. All right, Rain's got the door.
So that means you have a high dex, high
We're just gonna find
larceny?
the computer. We're gonna find the computer. You're gonna do your thing, and if we run into anyone in between, we'll deal with it.
Okay.
Right.
Do we want to split up? Do we want to do like a front and back, or a front and like top floor situation?
No, I think we just want to go through the door that Rain opens.
Do we want to look
Let's
out?
unleash the dog and let him go. Alex is going to be lookout. Alex is sitting right, Ryan? You want to sit out in the car waiting?
Yeah, I'm gonna have the getaway vehicle ready, and while you guys are inside, I'll disable the vehicle. Their white van.
There. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Ooh, I like this. Let's set and Rain in. Let's all stealth at Rain's front, and then we can fan out from there and find the server or whatever.
Yep.
Get the information.
Hopefully we
Let's get
don't
out.
run into anyone.
Yeah, Rain, you should have a specialty on your larceny, which is lockpicking.
Okay, I'll put that in.
That's badass. I chose something that is not actually associated with my character, but let's go.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna stealth and then make my way to. Actually, I'm gonna look for any cameras on the front door after I stealth. Are we
Okay.
parking and like walking up to this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And stealth.
Ben, is
plus-
there an aid for like finding tech? Because I'm all about not being physically seen doing.
Yeah, you can make me.
Because I got
Alright.
tech, I got investigate to try to find
Let's go.
that kind of shit.
You can do a wits plus awareness.
Wits awareness. Okay. Succeed. 2 of 2.
Let's go.
Let's fucking go.
So, as you're looking around,
Oh my god, these rolls.
Fucking stop it, Rachel.
Ooh, boy.
Charles is talking about fucking someone's father.
so as
they
you're
got one success.
as
Yeah,
you're looking
Charles-
around,
Charles could just stand still and go invisible.
you don't see anything that looks like functional cameras. Like you can see some places where there used to be cameras, but you suspect that they were either like taken out or stolen after the factory shut down, and they don't seem to have been replaced with anything at this point. Terry, as you're coming up, and again, you haven't done this yet, but you just like feel it that you could probably, I mean, you're fit. You could probably like climb up or jump up and like grab the balcony on the second story and pull yourself up and make it up to the second story that way. And Charlie, you're sort of hanging back a little bit and not moving quite as quickly as the rest of them. And you happen to get spotlighted by a car that has just turned onto this street and is like heading in your direction. What do you do?
I'm the car saw me kind of walking towards the house, or I'm on the house, or
You're like
where?
crossing the street towards this old factory, and it's just the car happened to turn kind of in front of the building, and the lights are shining directly at you.
Uh, Terry still has his hood up, so not Terry. Fuck. Charles will, instead of going to the factory, take a left and sort of whistle to the others like, "Hey, I'm taking a bit of a detour. I'll be right back."
The
Yep.
car continues to drive down the street towards you, and then just continues on past you.
All right, then Charles will double back and meet the others.
Okay, but it's definitely delayed you some as you decide to not draw any attention to the building by continuing to
Yes.
head to it.
Yeah, I think the three of us are in
good
at
call.
this point.
Yeah, like I don't know how high up the is it?
It's
worth
2 stories,
going to
right?
this- Yeah, but is it worth going to the second story?
If that's where the computers are.
Uh, that's up to you, but you're confident you could get to the second story without having to go through the building.
I think I think top down is probably the best. I don't know if this particular place has a basement.
Like, I don't know how strong I am, but like, can I just like carry Jay and jump like that?
I'm gonna say you couldn't carry another person and jump.
How
I mean,
does
you're
how do
strong.
the stats work?
And this have soaring leap. So because of my potence discipline,
Yeah.
I have unholy strength basically. So I can jump a number of meters equal to 3 times my potence level vertically and 5 times my potence level horizontally. So I could jump like 1, 2, 6 meters in the air.
That's like 18 feet.
18 feet. Yeah, that's a story at least.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think you could, by yourself, you could easily jump that. And that's kind of what I was getting at is like your character, like you've never done anything like this before. So
Terry's never jumped
you're-
18 feet in the air.
No, absolutely
Right.
not.
So Terry is confident, like he feels strong enough.
You might
he thinks he
overshoot
could
the
jump
building.
and grab the railing. But Terry at this point would not even consider trying to make a jump like that and carry someone else.
Got it. Okay, then like
You would
is
see
there
Jay.
something- Is there something that I would be able to like lower down and like help them up to it?
Yeah, you think if you got up there, you could probably lean over the railing and try to give them a hand up if they could manage it.
Okay, cool. Let's do that. Terry's gonna like jump up there and then like surprise himself and just like make the jump.
And that's exactly it. Like you think you're jumping to like grab the railing, and you easily clear the railing, and you actually like grab the roof to stop from like slamming down onto the second story.
Yeah, you have to drop like 6 feet down to the
All right.
platform.
First thing he's gonna do is look around up there and see if there's anyone on the other side of the windows or doors or anything like that that he could see.
You picked a spot where you weren't jumping like immediately in front of a window, but there is one about 6 or 8 feet further down the kind of this exterior balcony.
Okay.
And if you take a look in, you see 2 people inside, both seeming to be like paying attention to computers.
Okay, then Terry's gonna sneak back and help Rain and Jay up to the second story.
Okay, now I don't believe Rain or Jay either have potence the way you do.
I it's not on my
Right.
sheet. I don't know where that's at.
Rain unlocked the front door.
Oh, did you just go inside?
He's got like an 8 in larceny, so I'm pretty sure
No,
he just
but
walked in
I
with
thought he was
nobody
gonna
knowing.
pick the second story door.
Oh, I picked that first story door to get inside because I figured it was like a factory with an office like inside the factory.
We're going. Is it like a factory? Are we talking like houses?
No, this is like an old factory.
Factory.
This is like a little office sort of attached to the front of the building. It's not
like
exactly
a big warehouse kind of
freestanding.
situation. Gotcha.
Yeah.
But yeah, Jeremy, I was thinking that we'd go up to the second floor, and that's the lock you'd pick.
No, I'll pick that lock.
Okay, so Rain with a strength of 3, you can definitely jump high enough that Terry can give you the boost to get up to the second story.
Nope.
Okay.
Ain't happening for old Jay there.
And
Jay,
is there anything I can like lower down to Jay to like pull him up?
yeah,
I got-
I'll say that basically you know you're wearing that leather jacket.
Yeah.
You basically take it off, lower it down low enough for Jay to grab, and you just haul him up.
Help! Shh. Sorry.
Yeah, Terry will just pull him up and say, "You owe me a new jacket."
Yeah, it definitely put some stretching in the seams.
Don't worry. The prince will
And
pay
then-
for it.
Terry's gonna tell them both. There's two guys in the computers inside this door.
When he says that, Rain's gonna smile and you see his fangs are bared. And he's gonna look down at his hands as you see, his like fingernails and hands just start to kind of transform into like this beast-like claws as I use my feral weapons. And I need to make a rouse check.
Oh, you about to go ham on these guys.
Oh fuck!
Oh,
He's
shit.
aroused, all right.
Oh, damn it. No.
That made me a little hungry.
It did make you a little hungry. Although, actually, this is something that I think you guys need to know because it's the first time it's really come up. While doing that, I decided to make each of you 12th generation.
Mm-hmm.
And what that means is that you're 12 steps removed from whoever the progenitor of vampires was. You have
Okay.
the ability that if you're using a discipline of level 1 that requires a rouse check, you can re-roll that check.
I would like to use that reroll.
Basically, it's like your
Oh
blood.
no!
Oh, my
so-
God.
But fix your hunger and make
Oh,
sure it's
boy.
only one.
Yeah, you only give yourself 1 hunger, but
He was at 0 hunger, so it's not a big deal.
Yeah, but getting rid of that last hunger.
it's difficult.
How do I remove
Now the
hunger?
hunger's back. You have to turn off the lock on dots,
Oh,
and then
thank
you
you.
can fix it.
Yeah, I'm sure there's like a feed button somewhere that would also do it, but I don't know where it is.
All right.
Okay. Anyway, so yes, your claws are out, your teeth are showing. Harry,
How are we going in? Am I picking this lock?
Yeah.
I use-
How
My
sane
previous
is
roll, or you want me to
one
roll again?
hunger loss?
you're
Is
fine to
it-
use that previous roll.
No.
Okay.
No. No.
No.
Yes, tell him no.
Sammy.
Bad dog.
No.
Sammy, these burglars are good. It's okay.
Then
Oh,
I'm
I
gonna.
thought I muted myself. Sorry.
And then
Sam is a different character.
Jay, what are you doing?
So I see Rain start to go bestial and trying to. I am no leader, so I don't know the situation. I will try to direct them in a direction away from where I feel the server is. I would like to essentially, I would like to activate heightened senses to see if I can hear the hum of a server, and then point Rain in a direction opposite of the server, so that way they can cause a distraction and I can get the information.
So as you activate your heightened senses, you're able to hear better, see better, smell better. I mean, everything. It's just, all of a sudden it's in high definition. So you can make me an investigation and wits roll, +2 die for activating heightened senses.
All right. And difficulty is standard?
Just roll it. I'll deal with the difficulty.
Holy God, I roll so bad in this game. 2. I succeed, but it's messy.
Okay.
I don't know how hearing is messy, but I'm messy.
What happens is that as you are focusing your attention, you can't make out the hum of the server. It's too quiet. But you can make out voices coming from the floor below. And you hear 2 more people downstairs talking. And they're talking about the vampires, the blank bodies. You actually hear the term blank body that escaped from the holding pen. And how it's just a matter of time until they track them down and get them too. And basically knowing that these are the people who have been chasing you and that they are still actively trying to end your existence, I think is going to require a frenzy roll.
Oh, okay. What? So that's a willpower roll. Resist frenzy.
Yes.
Is that for all of us?
No, just for him.
Is it because he's Malkavian?
I clicked the thing and it said I
Nice.
succeeded.
It's because of the messy critical. Like,
These are people that are talking about attacking me, and I have a lot of people trying to attack me.
It's triggered.
so
Sushi. Oh, that sounds nice.
now, do you notice how you rolled 7 die and you managed to get 7 successes?
I noticed that. I got 2 10s and I got some high numbers in there. That's
Yeah,
good stuff.
so in this system, if you roll 2 10s, that counts as 4 successes.
Oh,
damn.
Every
Oh,
pair of 2 10s counts as 4 successes. So that's how, even though you rolled 2
So
that were
when you
failed,
just roll a handful of dice, like
right.
You're gonna
I only had
fucking
5
succeed.
total, but I got 2 additional for critting on 2 of them.
correct.
cool.
But again, it's a single 10 is not worth 2. A single 10 is worth
A
1.
pair. A pair
A
is
pair
worth
of 10s is worth 4.
2 additional. Gotcha.
Yeah. But you're able to resist the frenzy, but you now know there are 4 individuals inside this building. You know where they're located, and you can direct the team in the best direction to either surprise them or to get the jump on them.
Jay just licks their teeth, and noticing that there's fangs, they heighten their awareness and say, "There are 4 of them. Take them out." And he's going to point the direction to Rain and Terry of these 4 individuals, encouraging them to go forward and take out the opposing force so he can do his job.
Okay. You guys going in?
So,
Yeah,
as I like,
I guess Terry's gonna activate prowess for this scene, so I gotta make a rouse check.
Let's go.
Nice,
Let's go,
Nick.
Terry.
This is righteous. Terry feels good about this.
I have no leadership, but go team.
That is a good word for Terry. Righteous. I like that. I'm gonna look back at Jay and Terry as you just hear the lock click as I unlock it. Let's go. And then I'm just gonna burst through the door as fast as possible and rush the closest body to me.
And
Yes.
Terry will rush the other one.
All right.
Feed.
I'm going to give you guys effectively a surprise round. Go ahead and make whatever attacks you feel like making.
Okay, so my attacks aren't on the Roll20 sheet. Oh no, it's Brawl, right? That's what it is.
Brawl
Yeah.
or firearms if you're going loud.
I think we're gonna go. Are we going quiet?
I'm
going-
pointing you two, and I'm gonna do my own shit. So whatever you guys want to do.
I'm
There's also melee if you have it.
I'm going with my
If you're pulling a
claws.
knife or something.
Oh, okay. I'm going Brawl. I think I'm gonna go with my fists.
Quick takeouts.
Okay.
Go for the neck.
So if
Yeah.
you're going to go in there brawling, I need a brawl plus strength.
And then because I activated prowess, I get to add.
You get to
let's see.
add your potence rating
rating
to your unarmed
the-
damage.
and add half their potence rating to their melee damage. Oh, so that just increases damage. Okay. So then I got 3 successes.
Okay.
Fucking nice, Nick.
So the first person that
Oh, and I also have lethal body, so my unarmed attacks can now do aggravated health damage to mortals if I desire, and they also ignore 1 level of armor per potence level of the user. So I ignore 2 levels of armor.
Nice.
Holy shit.
You strong as fuck.
I'm fucking Terry Crews.
Fucking Derek Crews.
so
Fucking Old
You-
Spice coming in.
as you run in, you see 2 people sitting at computers. One is an older gentleman, and one is a somewhat younger lady. Who you go after?
Oh, you got choices, Nick.
Okay, so quick question. Killing Second Inquisition people, does that have an effect on your humanity because it's like self-defense?
Do you want to discuss that now or after this?
Good point. Terry's going to try to knock out the old man.
I mean, you activated a vampire
He's
ability
not
to
gonna
do
try
this.
I mean, like, he's
Okay, so
granted he doesn't know his new strength, right? But he's
Right.
going to try to knock out the old man.
Go for knockout. Hopefully not kill.
then in that case, you're not using your lethal body to do aggravated damage.
I don't think so. It's just gonna I don't so aggravated damage means I'm trying to kill him.
Yeah.
Okay, so no, I don't want to try to kill him.
Okay. Then you come rushing like super fast. I mean, not inhumanly fast because you're not using celerity, but you basically just come charging into the room, and the old man's the one facing you, and you dive across the table and just flying elbow basically right to this guy's face, and you can feel his nose crunch under the weight of your blow, and you're confident you have just completely laid this man out. Like, he's not getting up anytime soon. And Rain, what are you doing to the other person in the room?
Run in my kitchen to grab a beer because I need to take a drink before I say this.
Oh God.
This is a gang war. I've been in these all my life. Soldiers are soldiers. Since Terry went for one, I'm going for the other. I'm gonna like rush in low with my claws out, and as I go in, I'm gonna go for a swipe at the jugular on the neck with the claws on the lady.
Oh shit.
Oh yes!
Okay.
Blood everywhere.
And
Now,
since I have
getting
my feral
intense.
weapons, I get +2 to damage, and it's aggravated.
absolutely. Let's go ahead and roll your attack, and it's going to be, again, strength and brawl.
Ryan, aren't you supposed to be the leader, charismatic person of this group?
Yeah. So I'm not good in the fight. We're taking this property.
All right.
We're not talking them out of it.
Yep.
So I see 4 aggravated damage. And what that
How do you
means...
count the damage?
Yeah, should I roll extra dice if I have bonus damage?
No, the damage just happens. Like,
Oh, okay.
so the way that these things work are the number of successes you roll is basically your damage plus whatever weapon or other thing you're using. So you rolled 2 successes, you get +2 damage because of your
Double 10. Oh wait, no, that's just
no,
2.
that's
I'm
just
sorry,
2
I misread
successes.
that. My bad.
Okay, so like I rolled 3 successes +2 because I used prowess, so I did
Correct.
like 5 damage, which is
Correct.
a lot.
That's a lot of damage.
Got it. Okay.
And
Oh, and then if I had done lethal body, I could have ripped that fucking dude's head off.
that's exactly what would have happened.
Shit. Oh no.
And since Rain is using his feral weapons, he just inflicts +2 damage straight up, and the damage is now aggravated. So he's just dealing 4 aggravated damage, and you easily slice into this this young lady's throat, and the jugular vein, before she can even scream, just starts pumping blood out. And now I'm going to need a frenzy check from you.
Okay, I'm frenzy.
It's under willpower. Resist
Okay.
frenzy.
Oh, there it is.
Nice.
All right.
Wow, that's a lot of die.
Yeah, but you got 2 successes.
Yep. So you're good. So
That's
this
not good
blood
for all
is
those dice. That's only
this
2.
this blood is pumping out, and you're confident that this woman is not going anywhere. Like, she's not dead, but she will be soon.
And then I'm gonna get ready for the next guy I can rush. Or person, not to gender them.
Nope, sorry, a woman walked into the room next.
Okay, so there's been a lot of commotion upstairs. Someone's just, had their face crushed by an elbow, has fallen back on the floor completely unconscious. This woman is trying to scream but can't. She's clutching at her throat, trying to hold all the blood inside of her. And there's been a lot of running. So you hear from downstairs a lot of commotion and then running feet coming up the stairs. You guys prepare yourselves, but you don't get the drop on the rest of the agents. And the next round is going to be a contested round. So I need the 2 or 3 of you, however many of you are involved, who are going to be part of the fight.
Jay is part of the fight. Is there anything Jay could do? I don't think all I did was direct people. Was there another action or something that I could take in that?
You can do whatever you feel like doing.
If you look on the pre-gen sheet, Lucas, under actions, there's a bunch of stuff listed there. I don't know if you have anything that's useful listed there, but...
Oh, that's the one that's in Discord, right?
Yeah, because there's all the actions that are listed there, and then there's also your discipline powers.
Let me pull that up.
That was how this is how I'm teaching myself this shit.
It would help if I had another 3 screens so I could have
Yes.
everything up.
Trust me,
I've
I
got
need
three
about 7
screens,
screens
and
right
I
now.
can't figure out what the fuck's going on. All right, now I got to find the guy. That's me.
But anyway,
Anyway,
Yeah.
I have a gun, and as we go in, I don't have brawl or anything, so Jay will pull out a gun and
I mean,
participate in the combat.
Jay should be doing the computer shit.
Yeah, he has a gun. If somebody comes up before he can get to the computer, then he'll shoot. Otherwise, he's going to the computer.
okay. Well,
Has Charles made it back to the building?
I'll say you've made it to the building. Like, you saw them charge in, but they're up on the second floor, and you're not.
But the first floor got unlocked, right?
Yeah.
Or did we?
Yeah,
retcon
No, we
that?
went to the second floor.
I'm fine saying that the first floor, he picked the lock down there, and then was like, "Oh, wait, we're going upstairs." Okay, fine.
I pick all
Wait,
locks.
so it's unlocked?
Yeah, so you find it unlocked, and as you look in, you see 2 people running up the stairs with weapons.
Okay, can I be a part of this fight? Can I be a part of the fight?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Chase those guys up the
So,
stairs. I'm gonna run
here's
to the
what's gonna
computer.
happen.
Surprise them?
They're because you're just getting to the door as they're charging up the stairs. I'm going to have we're going to have a contest here. I need both Rain and Terry to make me attack rolls. My guys are going to make their attack rolls, and then we'll compare the total number of successes.
Oh no.
Oh, messy. Come
Ooh,
on,
Terry.
Jeremy. Come on.
Ooh, I got 4 successes.
What? Why doesn't
Oh my
Nick? Why
God.
do you have to always roll so well?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
Well, I
8, 9,
just-
10.
just-
Oh my god.
If we're doing damage, I did 6.
So the way these contests work
Hmm.
is that both sides that are involved roll their total kind of attack pool, and then the net successes are applied as damage to the side that had fewer successes.
Oh damn. Well, that means we got fucking smoked.
So
And I don't
Does
think
my-
there's anything Jay can do, right?
Oh well,
Does
no,
my-
Jay, you got to get in on this then because we need you.
I was ready to shoot someone running.
You
to
might
the
as well.
computer.
I'll say-
you might as well fucking shoot because like.
So here's how I see it
fucking-
happening. Like, you're
Is there
trying to be
s-
quiet. I mean, not at least shot or like handgun, gunfire loud. And so these guys come charging up the stairs. You don't know what's going to happen. But as soon as they like get to the top of the stairs and kick the door open, they just start blasting.
Okay, so
Gotcha.
fire
So-
away, dude.
Yeah, so this round they've started blasting. You guys were prepared. You
All
start
this-
trying to go in after them.
Okay, so get us some successes then, Lucas. We need a lot.
All right. My attack is 6 dice on the pre-gen.
So,
So-
then it would be your firearms plus dexterity, probably.
I think that's correct. Yeah.
Let's see. Dexterity is +2, and I have +3 for firearms.
So that would
Nice.
only be 5. So you should have +1 more for firearms.
If it says it's 6 on the sheet, go ahead and just make sure you have 6 you're rolling.
Yeah, it says I have pistol +2 damage. I don't know what that means.
Well, you get extra damage for shooting a gun.
Nah.
Two,
Just
two
one.
more. So that's what we got 6, 7
Okay, so
successes.
I think
Do I
that's
get-
3 net successes to their side. So
Does my damage count for any of that? My extra
No.
Do their
damage to my
10s
calls?
count for 4 successes?
I didn't count
For
their
this or
2
no?
as a crit.
Okay.
It could be
Uh,
2 separate people. Each one got a
Yeah,
10.
exactly. So
Okay. Gotcha.
so basically they get the slight advantage on you guys to start with. And the way I'm
We're
gonna
each
say,
catching a bullet out of the top.
You're right. Basically, the way I'm going to rule this is that since there's only 2 of them, one of them is shooting a shotgun, one
Oh,
of them-
you two are right up on the stairs.
and one of them has an assault rifle. So you each are going to take. I'm going to round up a little bit here. You're each taking 2 points of damage. However, because you are kindred, This is superficial damage, and all superficial damage dealt to Kindred is cut in half.
So one
So
to the health.
One.
You take 1 superficial damage to your health.
Oh, okay. So we just do the slash, not the full red.
Correct.
Got it.
Right.
One
And
slashy damage.
It's like non-lethal damage in other editions.
Basically. Now,
But that could turn into lethal, right? If they could just
More
keep
hits,
yes,
it
if they
starts
keep
piling
scoring
on.
successes, it can turn. So, now, I need all 3 of you to make your attacks again. And as soon as that gets done, Charles, you're going to get a free attack, unresisted, on them because you're coming up from the back.
God, I am so bad at this game.
Let's go, Jeremy. Yes.
I'm a tech
I
guy.
rolled 2
Let me.
10s? Fuck
I'm gonna
yeah.
throw my fucking gun at somebody and just go deal with computers.
We got 10 successes.
Okay. This time, because there were enough 10s, I'm going to say one of them did get a crit. But that still only puts them at 9 successes. So basically, there's a lot of like give and take. They're diving out of the way,
Fucking
still shooting.
bullets
You're attacking,
everywhere.
and you manage to. We'll say that Terry manages to just get like a kick in on the guy carrying the shotgun, and does like trips him up. Now, Charlie, you've come in up the stairs behind them from the back. What would you like to do?
Fucking
Okay.
Charles Diaz saved the day.
I have 1 free action, right?
Basically, just describe what you want to do. There's not really
Okay.
there's not really an action economy per se.
Are they standing close together?
Sure, we'll say they're still kind of right at the top of the stairs as you get up there.
Can I grab both of their heads and try to knock them together? Like I'm trying to knock them out. Can I do that?
Sure, I'll say
Cartoon style.
yeah. I'll say trying
Yes.
to do that is a little bit more difficult than just making a pure attack on one of them.
Mm-hmm.
But go ahead and make me a strength and plus brawl.
Okay, so I
and-
roll strength first, then brawl?
Roll them
Click
together.
on brawl and then hit strength as your added attribute.
Okay, so brawl, then strength. Well, that's hopefully good.
And the difficulty will be a little bit higher than it would have been otherwise.
What is it?
3 or 4.
Yeah, you just roll. I'll deal with the difficulty.
Roll. Please, please, yes, yes,
Okay.
yes, yes.
So
Nice.
Please?
that is a success.
Yes.
In fact, it's a messy critical. So
Oh God.
you actually are able to, like, they're so distracted and they are almost. I guess we're gonna have to retcon. You didn't actually kick the leg out from under one of them. So they're both like standing back to back, still facing or standing shoulder to shoulder, facing the vampires in the other room. And you come up and just like really smack their heads together, like super hard. And both of them are woozy, and one of them manages to turn around with the shotgun and gets a shot off. And I'm going to say you take 2 points of superficial damage for a leg wound as part of the messy critical.
Hooray! But you know what? Fuck it, I did something. Hooray!
See,
Charles,
you
Dia
caught a
wins.
ricochet off of the door jamb, and it caught you in the leg.
Is that 2 half to 1, Ben?
I'm going to say it was actually 3, and so it gets rounded down to 2, or halved, and then rounded up.
Got it.
Wait.
Got it.
So on my health, I just put down 2.
2 slashes, not a full X.
Okay.
So
There we
1
go.
box, 2 boxes.
Yep, there you go.
All right. Well, they're not shooting anymore, so Charles Dia saved the day. Maybe.
Yeah, and
hopefully.
the one with the shotgun, basically he was so out of it, he shot and then drops the gun. And so at this point, you just overwhelm them. Like the 4 of you against the 2 of them, because their companions are already completely incapacitated. You manage to overwhelm them, but you have to
Cue the
decide
music,
what to do with them.
Jeremy.
I don't have that power.
While they're duking it out, the three of them, Jay is gonna run over to the computer and do what he can to get the information they need.
The computer system is not really protected or anything like that. You are able to quickly track down the files you're looking for, and you can either like download them to a thumb drive if you so choose, or you can just delete them.
Yeah, he'll delete
In fact-
those particular files.
You decide not even to make that choice. Like, you delete them, but you take the computers with you.
Take all the memory banks with us. And
So, of everyone
door.
here, there's only one person that's dead.
There's
Well-
one lady who's quickly bleeding out. And again, the question is, what did you guys do to these people?
Well, if I had my way through any of the attacks, I'm going for lethal damage.
I'll say you've managed to kill at least one more of them.
Okay.
And the
two
other,
No.
unconscious, 2 dead.
and the lady who had her throat cut is very quickly bleeding out. And I would like to remind everyone in the room that there are 4 vampires in a room with someone who's actively bleeding out.
Is there a role for that, Ben?
There is, but I don't think that any of you are hungry enough to go into a feeding frenzy.
No, I'm at 2 of 5. I don't know what the threshold is.
I'm at
About-
1.
I'm at 1. And I'm very particular about what I eat.
I failed my hunger because of the fucking candy bar.
I'm just saying that, like, you're not compelled. Like, you're
Is-
not frenzied to eat.
Yeah, gotcha.
I actually am going the opposite direction. Do I think that it would be possible to save this person's life at this point, or is it a little too late?
I dug
You think-
deep.
You think it's probably too late for her.
All right, it happens. Terry understands it happens in these situations.
But hey, I dropped a sandwich. That's free food.
Terry's knock yourself out.
Jay hasn't fed. I don't think Jay has actually fed at this point. It's hard to tell with the timeline, so I don't know if they would
You
be
did have an
drawn.
opportunity to feed, so
Okay,
I'll say you have.
gotcha. Mechanically, what would feeding do for a character?
It reduces your hunger, unless you feed from the victim and kill them in the process. It will take you to no lower than 1.
And in this moment in time, you're going to be killing her.
Yeah. Well, I think the killing is not really consequential in their mind. They live in a digital mindscape anyway. So, but it's more of just looking at it and then looking at where we are and what we're here to do. Jay is gonna take the computer bits and wrestle themselves away and go to the balcony and jump back down and start heading towards the Suburban.
I would like to pick up that shotgun.
Yeah, Terry will also relieve these people of weapons and other things of that nature.
All right.
Cash, that kind of stuff.
Sure.
Make it look like a robbery.
You're able to relieve them of all IDs, cash, weapons. If you'd like, you can make a quick search of the building.
I would like to.
You find
Yeah.
some additional weapons, as well as some pictures of other vampires or other individuals you assume to be vampires.
We're going to take that information too.
Want to look for like a duffel bag and just put all the pictures for sure, definitely those, and as many guns and ammo as I can collect and put it in the duffel bag.
And then Terry's gonna do something.
We still have 2 unconscious bodies. We need to talk about that.
No, I mean, like, we can leave them.
As you're searching through the files and the pictures, you also
They're
see
gone.
you also see plans for the holding pen.
That we were in?
Yep.
Yeah, we take everything and we clean them out.
Okay.
And I think we can leave. Terry will say, I think we can leave the 2 unconscious and let them deal with this because they're not going to want to reveal what this was.
Yeah, no, of course. What actually happened? I kind of came up, everyone was shooting, so. Ugh.
You know, we
I really
robbed
don't.
the place.
Oh, okay, well, there's a dead woman over there, and, well, Rain's being Rain over there, kind of a dick. Okay.
I still don't think we should leave these 2 alive. The main premise of this was so people don't know our face.
How hard did Charles hit them? Like, does this look like this is a traumatic brain injury?
And you said he was old.
Like, you're pretty confident they've got concussions, but you don't know. Like, it's not like their skull is caved in.
Well,
What
we
about
got the information, like, so they can't spread what we look like.
Yeah, there's no active cameras. Anything that was on an active camera is now in Jay's possession. So we should be good.
Is it dim or is it pretty well lit?
It's dark. It's night.
I mean, in like the.
Oh,
I don't
yeah,
think
yeah.
there's a
They're
light
shooting at us.
situation.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
if it's
I mean,
dim,
we're in the
then.
office. and
They're
they were
regular
working-
people. They had to have lights on.
Oh, okay,
They
so
were
they
just
could
hanging
really
out.
see.
But we hit them really fast and hard. Plus, like, these
Fucking
guys are
action
secret.
film.
These guys are secret agents. Like, they know what just happened. Like,
Yeah, they're just gonna come chasing us to kill us.
So Jay gets while Rain and Terry and
no,
Charles.
Terry thinks like these 2 will probably get reprimanded for getting their asses kicked. Like, these 2 themselves aren't going to be the ones that come after us. So no matter if they live or die, somebody's coming after us for what we just did.
All right, fine. We don't have to kill him. I'm gonna throw my hands up, and just with my duffel bag, walk out of the office.
While the 3 of them were searching and dealing with the bodies, Jay jumped out and went back to the van with Alex, pulled the computer towers and threw them into the Suburban. I believe they're coming soon. They're cleaning up.
How many of them?
There was 4. An old lady, an old man, and a couple of middle-aged people.
Oh, well, I think we can take 4 people.
Oh, they handled it just fine. We have everything we need, and I think they're getting extra supplies or whatever they're looking for.
As we show up with a bunch of guns and shit.
I just wanted to let you know, Alex, that Rain is very good in combat and very ruthless, and that Terry has got a kind of humanitarian soul to them, but they're good as well. And Charles,
Charles was there.
they did a thing. And,
He was comedic relief.
he was adequate
All my
in
characters
combat
are.
as well, and I just wanted to let you know that everything went off without a hitch. So
If they were all great, what did you do?
I got all the information to make sure that we weren't seen by anybody else.
Oh, perfect. It's all scrubbed. Everything's clean.
All scrubbed, and I've got the hardware, so if we need to destroy it later, we can.
Perfect. Let's go see if Sam's still alive.
Yeah, and with that, you guys make your getaway. You get to the location, the old deli.
Wait. Before we leave, do we just want to burn the place?
No.
Just to make sure.
Yes. Oh my God,
No.
yes.
Fire
I didn't want to
department,
say
bad,
it, but yes.
bad. We're only 2 blocks away. No.
Terry's gonna also say no to that.
I really think we should, I really think we should, burn the place, just to make sure that we're.
No, we need to lay low. Like low.
We just hit a place. What's low about that?
If you burn it, then
We're in
there's
a
gonna
bad
be-
neighborhood.
There'll be an investigation.
I think what we've done already is worse than us burning it down.
No, like the regular people will investigate. If we just leave it how it is, only the people who already know about what's going on will investigate.
I mean, we do have a
the whole
dead body
point
here.
of the chlamydia is to not draw attention to ourselves.
Did you just say a chlamydia?
Yeah, the chlamydia.
You have chlamydia? What the
You mean the
fuck?
clip? You have the goddamn clip?
The clam.
No, the clip.
What's
the
it called?
Camarilla?
The Camarilla. The whole point of the Camarilla is to not draw attention to ourselves.
Oh, the Camilla.
Yeah, the Camilla Caballo.
Would you all
Okay,
just
you
get
know the
into
kebab.
the SUV and let's go?
I'm gonna hop in with the duffel bag, windows rolled up, light a cigarette, and just smoke in the car.
Don't even notice anymore.
Just saying. But that Prince's #1 bootlicker just got us in a bit of a much more better situation to hear anyone out one way or the other.
I wonder if Sam secured the building. I would like to make sure that we have security around it when we get there. Something a little bit more than what's working here at this place.
Jay, what time is it?
Almost dawn,
Checks,
man.
checks his clock.
It's almost dawn.
Sun's about to be out. We better be moving.
And with that, we're going to fade out for tonight.
That was fun.
I have no idea what the fuck we did, but it was cool.
This was fun.
You just made yourself a haven and took out some hunters. Started to make a name for yourselves.
We started a gang.
We started a game.
Actively.
Now, since
I wonder if
everyone-
anybody has enough technology to know who Bishop is.
there's definitely some things we'll have to work on characters like backgrounds and stuff. Like,
I have no idea.
well, no, I
Yeah.
mean you can totally have the fame there, but infamy is actually a negative flaw.
You don't want
So-
to be recognized.
I wasn't sure. It's all in one chart. I could figure
Yeah,
it out.
no, I get it. But basically, like, you can be that famous. It's just it's actual fame, not infamy.
Gotcha.
But since we didn't get
You're
through
an
all the
influencer.
advantages, which is what I was after, you guys should look at particularly the Haven advantage, because I'm assuming you're all basically going to make your Haven together.
For now.
Yeah, for now.
Yeah.
So I will let you pool resources to make your Haven better instead of having to individually buy a better Haven.
I'm all about that.
Well, do we need to do any humanity rolls or remorse tests?
Well, do you feel like you violated any of your tenets or beliefs, or any of the Chronicle tenets or beliefs?
Harry didn't.
Rain didn't.
Nope.
They weren't innocent.
They
good.
definitely were not innocent.
Children
good.
were not present.
Hold on, let me double check. I chose always keep your sworn word. Respect my religion as sacred and then stand up for the disenfranchised. No, I'm good.
Not harm the innocent, and the guilty should suffer. And I think they're guilty against me, so they should suffer.
I had never expose children to violence. I think never hurt the innocent, and yeah, punish the guilty. I'm good. Children were not present. It's good.
And always keep your sworn word.
That was a lot of
no.
fun, Ben.
That was
I
a
really
fucking
enjoyed
blast.
And so now we, again, you're
Okay, so we won't have to feed like all the time. That's nice. Okay. I was worried about
Or
that.
I
more
will
like-
say you're not going to have to feed every session, and if people are uncomfortable with the actual like role playing of the feeding, we can always just sort of skim by it. But
I'm just
Quick
gonna
roll,
have to
for it.
I'm just gonna have to feel comfortable being kinky.
well, I would just say that part of this is though, it is not part of the game to try to make the players uncomfortable, but it is part of the game to try to like you play this to explore some darker themes you're going to get in most games.
Well, things are gonna get kinky.
I'm all for it. Let's go.
Not gonna lie, I almost chose the siren thing for Sam, but I'm like, no. That's like the spiel of all of my characters. So
really,
Oh,
even a Medrin.
I'm hot.
A Medrin's
like-
pretty fucking hot, even though they don't want to admit it.
but
I
his
like the
eyes are
idea.
really creepy.
They just stare into your soul.
I like the idea of us building a haven together. I do want to set up like a feeding ground for me, considering I have very eclectic taste, I guess you could put it.
Well, and that's again, we'll talk about this more like next session or next time we play. But part of establishing your territory is that becomes your feeding ground, and you have to sort of monitor it and curate it, and like you're building up your place in the city,
Okay, cool.
and then you have to protect it.
So as we get more reputation and more reach, we could have specific sections of our territory that could feed each one of us for our needs.
Basically, yeah.
Well, I'm all about helping the people around me to make the situation better for myself. So, go team.
You're gonna help Rain?
Got to help Rain because they're the attack dog that's going to keep me alive. So, let's get some people in here on their particular brand of heroin.
I also been with the addict. It was like I had to pick a specific drug, and I never had like a specific drug in mind with Rain. It's just whatever he could get his hands on. Do we need to like narrow that down, or can I just like?
No, I'm fine with you just saying like basically
Drugs.
you prefer to feed from people who are high.
Okay,
Tainted blood. Woo.
But I will also say that like that can't just be like they've been smoking weed. It's gonna have to be like
oh no,
Some
like,
hard shit.
Nice.
yeah. And yes, Rachel, feel free to change your predator style if you would like to.
Oh, fuck yeah. Okay.
Fucking derby girl. You want to do an undead derby? Whoa.
Now we will have to go back and did we put your predator style in place, like the bonuses and everything?
I don't think so.
Okay, if not, then yeah, once you pick what you want, we'll build that into your character.
Yeah, I'd prefer to eat from blood bags. I don't think that
One of the
fits into
first things we're gonna
Charles's
set
style.
up is a security system.
100%. I got you. I got you, baby.
Okay, so if you're going to be a bagger, which I
Yes.
think was the term,
I used to be a bagger, yes.
uh,
I hated that job. I had to pick up human shit one time.
Oh.
Ugh.
back that.
That's never fun.
Welcome to Vampiredom.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and then another quick question: are damage heals at the end of the session?
You can use your rouse the blood as a way to heal yourself. It doesn't just go away, I don't think, but I'll have to double check on that.
Okay, I'll just leave it for now.
Yeah.
I had a question.
I think I remember something about superficial damage healing on its own.
I was doing that with what used to be Rachel's character, who's now is a very different character. But
Yes.
I did that with Marsh just to show that you guys weren't human.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Um, I have a question. So they mentioned in the six rules that we can't like sire other people.
Yes.
How does that work with like thralls? Like if I want a mortal who I feed on regularly, but like takes care of shit for me during the day, is that okay?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
No, to sire another one is to make them a vampire. And the way you do that is you drain them completely and then feed them some of your blood.
Okay.
Their vampire blood. Woo.
Do we know that? Is that like instinctual to us, or is that something we have to learn?
I can
how
find
to
you
do?
some urban myths on the internet.
I will say that you have enough, partial memories of your own embrace that you feel like you kind of know the mechanics, even if you don't know exactly how or why it works.
I felt getting drained, and then I remember my first drink.
Basically.
Okay. Oh, I also like in our free time would like to go through all the information on the vampires in that duffel bag for any information on the one who sired me,
Sure.
and just do that like in my free time during the night when we get back to our safe haven, unless we're just gonna pick up from the car next session.
No, I'm basically you're all going to the Haven.
Okay.
It's certainly not
Pistachio.
established yet, but
Sam's got the perimeter secure.
Pistachio.
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 the last thing I'll say is that I specifically, other than characters I knew were going to be dead, didn't put any of you with a specific sire in mind. I chose one for Sam because I felt like it was appropriate since she's Tremere, and Tremere are pretty rare at this point.
Okay.
Tremere, the spellcasters, right? So they
They're
got some
warlock.
additional shit.
Yeah,
That's
the warlocks or whatever you want to call them.
Mine too.
And yeah, I knew yours was going to be dead. So,
I'm
Other
interested
than-
in mine because I don't have like I think it's called not convictions, but the touchstones. Because I don't have any touchstones and just another NPC for my character to latch on to.
oh, and that's fine. All I was going to say is that if you guys have names or ideas about like what they, some attributes about who you think sired you, just let me know. I'm fine incorporating those.
Okay, and then how many points do we have to reserve for Haven from our advantage pool?
I'd say each of you should at least reserve one. If you want to spend more than that,
Okay.
yeah, go ahead.
Also, I have my advantage pool, so like I have 6 dots I can throw in my skills. Is that right?
So it's
No.
the actual advantages that are listed under merits and backgrounds and stuff like that, you can put multiple dots into the advantages to get the benefits. So I had to put 2 dots into looks to get beautiful. And so with Haven, that's a background, and it's under the backgrounds. And so to get the benefits, we're all pitching in Haven points to make our Haven better. And then you can also get like another background. So I took influence and I put 2 dots into it so that I can get well connected and influential. And so you can spend you each are supposed to spend 7 advantage points, and then you're supposed to have 2 flaw points.
Yeah, and
So
one
I
thing real quick,
That is so confusing.
one more thing is that those are supposed to be in addition to anything you gain from your predator type.
Okay, so I should get 2 more flaws put in. Okay,
Yes.
got it.
So it's
Okay.
2 flaws and 5 advantages.
No, it's 7 advantage points,
7 advantages. Got it.
And then 2 flaw points.
2 flaw points, plus anything that your selected predator gave you.
Yeah, and you don't
Right.
need 7 advantages. You have 7 advantage points to
Yes.
spend.
Sorry.
To spend.
Yeah, so you could put like all 7 into herd or contacts or resources
Right.
or actually it's any individual thing only goes up to 5.
Yeah.
But I encourage everyone to take a look at the rule book. I'm still trying to read through and make sure I get all the rules and everything. I'm by no stretch an expert on this stuff.
Get my 9th point of humanity.
But
yeah, I didn't get a single bit of that. I'm gonna have to read through this whole damn thing like 3 or 4 times to figure out what the hell's
I
going on.
know, yeah.
I will do my best to answer
So-
questions when people have them. But
So
for
where
now,
I found the thing that I found the most useful was I looked at the character creation part. So like where it talks, it's on page
Starts on 135.
135. Yeah, or 133. Yeah. It starts on 133 or whatever, but like as you're going through, yeah, like character creation, it actually tells you like what to pick. And so there's a lot that's already picked with the pre-gen stuff, but there's some stuff that wasn't, like the advantages. And so it actually like says it on page 136, like advantages, spend 7 points on advantages and take 2 points of flaws in addition to the ones you gain from your predatory type. We're not thin blood, so that next part doesn't apply. And add any new supporting cast from advantages and flaws to relationship map.
Basically, the relationship
Gotcha.
map is just something I would be trying to track, or we could sort of put together to
No,
show like
I'm sorry.
And then you want to select 1 to 3 convictions from page 172 and create an equal number of touchstones on page 173, each connected to 1 conviction, and add them to the relationship map.
Anyway, guys, I had a lot of fun. Hope you guys had fun.
Definitely.
And